event for the modifieds. We also have some other racing scheduled for tonight's program as well, with the Sportsman, the Empire State Street Stock Series, and 4 cylinders. Tonight, the modifieds will be racing for 7,078 to win. The number 78 will be prevalent tonight. That is the number that Dave Meshuga used as his car number when he was racing, and tonight we'll be saluting and remembering him once again tonight with his Short Track Super Series event. We got hit with a rain shower here right around the 6 o'clock hour, so the track crew is going to work again to whip the Speedway back into shape. Some of the Sportsman cars have already come out onto the racetrack and started to work the track surface in. Track promoter and owner Tyler Series out there now. He was out there with the bucket loader. Now he's out there with a grader scraping the bottom groove. All the moisture ran from the top down to the bottom. So he's got to get that bottom cleaned off, and then we should be good to go with tonight's program. But we appreciate everybody tuning in tonight on FloRacing. Everybody here at the Speedway, thank you very much. The sun is out, as you can see, and it's a beautiful night. Earl Hoon Jr. alongside. Earl, your second trip to Outlaw, and this has been a bad routine. It's like Groundhog Day. You know, we are on our way to the track and get rain, or we get there and get the cars ready to come out on the track and it rains. The North Region, High Torque in New York, North Region for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series is stuck in low gear right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I got a feeling with a busy month ahead of us here, calling for July, we're going to pick things up because we have 2 more races in the South Region for next week as well. So we have a overall busy month of July for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series coming up. But yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, Mother Nature tried to dampen our spirits here today, but the track crew was ready. They had the track sealed off to where it could take some extra moisture. You can see they're putting the finishing touches on it now before we go into hot laps.
Yes, indeed. So we've got 4 divisions for you tonight with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco, making another visit here to the Outlaw Speedway. This will be event number 9 in series history here at Outlaw Speedway. And while we have a couple of minutes, we'd like to thank a few folks if we could. We'd like to say thank you to our series title sponsor, Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Bob Hilbert Sportswear, boasting more than a half-century of providing the finest in screen-printed and embroidered apparel based in Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Bob Hilbert Sportswear, specializing in the racing industry along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising option is a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and funds. Check Bob Hilbert Sportswear out on the web at bobhilbert.com or do some shopping on the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. Thanks to our official fuel, Sunoco Race Fuels, the largest manufacturer of racing gasolines in the world. Sunoco Race Fuels has a 40-year track record of winning performances with an expanded product line. Sunoco offering drivers more choices than ever before. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Sunoco Race Fuels, the proud sponsor and proud to present the Short Track Super Series start and restart zone and the Sunoco checkered flag for the winner. American Racer Tires, the official tire for the Short Track Super Series, known for their quality, durability, repeatability, and value. American Racer Tires boasting a tradition of craftsmanship and innovation dating back to 1915. American Racer, race, win, repeat. Visit the official American Racer website at AmericanRacerOnline.com. American Racer, the official tire, Sunoco, the official fuel, and Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our series title sponsor. 2026 Short Track Super Series specialty marketing partners include Bicknell Racing Products, sponsoring Victory Lane. When the checkered flag drops at every 2026 Short Track Super Series event, drivers will be celebrating in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Bicknell Racing Products got to start when Pete Bicknell was in high school building his first race car as a senior project. More than 40 years later, the St. Catharines, Ontario chassis manufacturer has developed into the industry leader with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities in St. Catharines, Ontario and Niagara Falls, New York. Visit BicknellRacingProducts.com or on the web, or like Bicknell Racing Products on Facebook, X, or Instagram. Bicknell Racing Products, Victory Lane. Barron's Performance Warehouse sponsoring the White Flag Lap and modified 1 to go. Before they reach Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane, drivers will be taking the Barron's Performance Warehouse 1 to go at all STSS events. For the modifieds, Barron's Performance Warehouse, founded by Harry Barron in 1972, is Barron's Speed Center, a general speed and tire shop aimed at the general automotive market. In 1982, the decision was made to focus on the parts and service market and leave behind Harry's career as a driver. Speed Center has grown to be a nationally known leader in the automotive racing industry. Barron's Performance Warehouse, located at 38 Meadow Road in Florida, New York, can be found on the web at barrons.com or by phone at 845-651-7389, 845-651-7389. Barron's Performance Warehouse, white flag, 1 to go. When we have a short track Super Series sportsman race, it's the Exotic brand sponsoring the white flag, 1 to go. The Exotic brand, established in 2019, a multimedia public relations company based in upstate New York. The Exotic brand strives to set a standard in the industry with a modern and unique approach to your idea every time, offering PR management, social media content, graphic design, business management, and more. We strive to change the way your world is viewed, like the Exotic brand on Facebook or at the Exotic brand _ on Instagram. Before they get the white flag, we have the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go lap at all 2026 Short Track Super Series modified and sportsman events. Troyer Dirt Cars presents the 2 to go signal. Troyer Dirt Cars, a continuation of the same great craftsmanship and race car building expertise that began with Troyer Engineering in 1977. Troyer Dirt Cars, the home of the TD5 chassis and components. Visit them on the web at TroyerDirtCars.com to learn more. The top qualifiers in the heat races go to the BA Custom Headers redraw. After the conclusion of heat races, top qualifiers take part in the BA Custom Headers redraw. With more than 25 years in the header fabrication business, BA Custom Headers of Genoa, New York can customize your power curve for a broader range of power. Each header or exhaust setup has been tried and tested and chosen by top modified and late model teams across the country. BA Custom Headers and BA Performance Headers on the web at baheaders.com. Like them on Facebook, BA Headers, and Instagram at BA Headers. BA Custom Headers redraw. Coming up, when we get the signal from the track crew, we'll have Dirt Draft Hot Laps. It all gets started on every Short Track Super Series race night with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Go to dirtdraft.com to download the all-new Dirt Draft app on the Apple or Google App Stores. New features, new games, and a new speed shop. Become the 2026 Short Track Super Series Fantasy Champion. At each event, the user has a $100,000 cap to spend on 5 drivers. Each driver has a different salary based on past results. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition on the series' long leaderboards. That's Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming up in just a few moments. Following Dirt Draft Hot Laps, we will have Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. Before the first official green flag of the night, Penske Racing Shocks presents opening ceremonies. Penske Racing Shocks, the industry leader in providing high-quality racing shocks for automotive vehicles, motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. Every single shock built of machine and hand-built. No assembly lines, no stamped-out pieces, no offshore manufacturing. The personalized attention provided to every product sold provides the finest reliability, consistency, and performance. Learn more on the web at PenskeShocks.com or like Penske Racing Shocks on Facebook, follow at Penske Shocks on X, or at Penske_Racing_Shocks on Instagram. Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies. In our Dirt Draft Hot Laps tonight, the driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled STSS modified events will get a $100 cash bonus courtesy of ATL Fuel Cells. ATL Fuel Cells is a Ramsey, New Jersey-based division of Aerotech Laboratories. They have been leading the way with the creation of crash-resistant, flexible composite safety fuel cells since their inception in 1970. From its humble beginnings in a small New Jersey shop to its now commanding multiple facilities that span 2 continents worldwide, ATL has grown into a global household name within the motorsports, aerospace, marine, and defense industries. ATL on Spear Road, Ramsey, New Jersey. Visit them on the web at atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400, 201-825-1400. Or like ATL Fuel Cells on Facebook and Instagram. Modifieds tonight will be trying to become the ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero and get that $100 bonus. When we sanction the Sportsman for Short Track Super Series, JLR Technology sponsors the Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. The driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled STSS Sportsman events receives a $50 cash bonus courtesy of JLR Technologies in Johnstown, New York. JLR Technology specializing in sheet metal, suspension, components, and shocks like JLR Technologies on Facebook for more information. And thanks to Algonquin Motel for sponsoring the Short Track Super Series Modified Lap Down Go Around. The first driver off the lead lap at the time of each caution during the feature receives the Lap Down Go Around courtesy of Algonquin Motel in Bainbridge, New York. Visit algonquinmotel.com to learn more. We're going to step aside and take a commercial break as the track crew is working to finish up the reconditioning of the Speedway. You're here watching live the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco from the Outlaw Speedway, Dundee, New York, the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown. We're back here at the Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York for the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Track crew continuing their work to finish up prep here following a late afternoon, early evening shower that went past the Speedway after we had a beautiful sunny day all day long here in the area, but one of those cells developed and came through the area here and doused the racetrack while they already had it pretty wet for today's program. So it drained pretty good, but it drained all the way to the bottom. So that's where they're focusing right now and getting that bottom lane worked in with the equipment before they roll the cars out. We've had a few sportsmen, a few street stocks roll out on the Speedway. And it looks like we got a lane or so in the top of the Speedway, but still got a little ways to go once they get that bottom worked in. So we're taking a few moments here to thank some of our great Short Track Super Series marketing partners. And for those of you who follow us, we know we've been on a bit of a rough streak here lately. Of course, Father's Day, June 18th, we were at the Devil's Bowl Speedway. We were getting prepared for the race at Devil's Bowl Speedway when the rains hit. Then we did get the Short Track Super Series Sportsman race in the following week at the Brookfield Speedway. In between there, we had a rain out at the Afton Motorsports Park. That event was called off earlier in the day, and good thing because some severe storms rolled through the Afton area and wiping out that event. So then we, after we had that one, we went to Fonda last Wednesday. In that race, we had a beautiful day. All of a sudden, right as the cars were rolling onto the track for warm-ups, the rain arrived again and sending everybody home. And that race has been rescheduled for next week. So looking at the upcoming Short Track Super Series schedule, July 14th, that's next Tuesday, we'll be heading to the Bridgeport Motorsports Park for the South Jersey Shootout. Then 2 days later, we come back north for another High Torque New York North Region event at the Fonda Speedway. That is a rescheduled Firecracker 50. Then we get a week off and prepare for one of Earl's favorite times of the year, the Lumberjack Swing, as we go north into Canada. That'll be July 28 and 29. That is a Tuesday and a Wednesday. Autodrome Granby and Lay RPM Speedway, Lumberjack Swing night 1 and night 2. Then we come back into Pennsylvania in August, the first week of August. That'll be the annual Kutztown Fair at the Kutztown Fairgrounds, Action Track USA. For the Kutztown Fair race, first time ever we're going to have 2 races in the same year at Action Track. We had the usual one around Memorial Day. Now we'll have one during the Kutztown Fair. That's always a fun time. Then we go a couple of weeks later, August the 25th, first time ever for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds, going to Delaware to the Middleford Speedway. Middleford Speedway has been running some big car races. They were predominantly a small car track for a number of years, but they have made the facility raceable for bigger cars, and they've had a couple of modified and sportsman events. So we're going to go down and join the fun modifieds at Middleford on August the 25th. And of course, the September schedule, the 3rd, is at Afton Motorsports Park. And then the Fonda 200 weekend, September 17, 18, 19. That's the schedule for the next little while. Earl?
If you'd like to look at the complete schedule for the rest of the year, you can visit our website at www.shorttracksuperseries.com. We put press releases throughout the coming days for the upcoming events as well. You can also check out our point standings for the rest of the year. But as Jeff mentioned, this is our second North Region event of the 2026 season, brought to you by High Torque of New York. Let's take a real quick look at the current point standings. Alex Yankowski, one of the winningest drivers in the Northeast when we're talking about modified competition. He was able to score win number 1 in the High Torque of New York region a couple months ago, back in May, I believe, at the Valley of Speed, Lebanon Valley Speedway. But how about it? Only 5 markers behind him, Jeff, is going to be Mark Johnson. Matt Shepard sits in that 3rd spot right now. Then you have Anthony Perego, 15 markers back from Yankowski in 4th, and Alex Payne rounds out the top 5. Very, very close point standings, but as we mentioned, we only have 1 event completed here in the High Torque of New York North Region with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series.
Yeah, we lost the North Region race at Devil's Bowl, then we lost the North Region race at Afton, and then the last Wednesday's race at Fonda, which has been rescheduled. We lost that one, so we should be on race number 5 right now, but we've only got 1 in, and that was our first ever visit with the series to the Valley of Speed. It was a fun night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that was my first ever visit there as well. I know you've been there a few times as a race fan. No, absolutely had a blast. Definitely working on a great relationship there between STSS and the management team at Lebanon Valley, and looking for big things to come for the coming years.
Absolutely. All right, we're getting some more cars out on the racetrack to work the track down the rest of the way, so we're going to thank a few more folks here. Our North Region modified sponsor, we mentioned already, High Torque of New York. Are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for all torque tool and industrial bolting needs. They offer rental, sales solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque wrench calibration and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook and X. High Torque of New York, our North Region modified sponsor. Next week, when we go to the Bridgeport Motorsports Park, it will be a New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region modified race, owned and operated by former modified driver Dave Whitty. New Jersey Quality Drywall, founded in 1980 and incorporated nearly a quarter century ago in 1999. New Jersey Quality Drywall, servicing the tri-state New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania area and beyond. With residential commercial work, residential capabilities include furnishing and installing drywall from single-family homes to large developments. Their commercial work includes steel framing, insulation, drywall, acoustic ceilings, and commercial fit-outs. New Jersey Quality Drywall can be reached by phone at 908-835-1880 or 908-303-9040, or on the web via email, whittygroup@gmail.com. High Torque of New York North Region, New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region. For the sportsmen, our South Region title sponsors, Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage, founded in 1965 by Chick Belmont. Andy Belmont, now serving as the Langhorne business manager. Belmont's Garage, providing general auto and truck repair, servicing all brands of vehicles, Pennsylvania licensed RV and trailer inspection, Pennsylvania licensed motorcycle inspection and serving as a certified emergency vehicle repair center. Belmont's Garage utilizing ASC certified technicians. Belmont's Garage is located on West Maple Avenue in Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Visit them on the web at belmontsgarage.com. Give them a call, 215-757-3813. 215-757-3813 or like Belmont's Garage on Facebook. Our North Region sportsman sponsor is Manson Overhead Doors. Manson Overhead Doors of Spencertown, New York, a recognizable name in Northeast modified racing. Manson Overhead Doors has been family owned and operated for 4 generations since 1954. They offer residential, commercial, industrial, and loading dock equipment along with all garage door needs. A fleet of 18 sales, service, and installation trucks are equipped daily for installations and service. Manson Overhead Doors covering the Capital District of New York, parts of the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires of Massachusetts, Litchfield County, Connecticut, Bennington County, Vermont, and surrounding areas. Manson Overhead Doors, located in State Route 203, Spencertown, New York, can be found on the web at mansonoverheaddoors.com or reach by phone at 518-392-3883. That's 518-392-3883. Manson Overhead Door, North Region Sportsman, and Belmont's Garage, South Region Sportsman. Thanks to some of our Short Track Super Series presenting marketing partners, including St. Lawrence Radiology, led by Dr. Michael Maresca. St. Lawrence Radiology Associates providing radiology services throughout New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine. And Dig Race Products. Since 2016, Dig Race Products has focused solely on Northeast dirt modified shocks and suspension tuning. Located centrally in New York State, Dig is the industry leader in trackside shock and setup support. This hands-on at-the-track approach is what leads the design and development in delivering the highest quality shock absorbers to the dirt oval track market. Take your program to the next level. Feel the difference on Dig. Learn more at 607-218-6282. That's 607-218-6282. Info at digraceproducts.com, like Dig Race Products on Facebook, or follow at Dig Race Products on Instagram. Swagger Factory Apparel, all gas, no brakes. Swagger Factory Apparel, the Northeast's fastest growing motorsport safety gear and apparel company, built for real racers by racers. Race with Swagger and like Swagger Factory Apparel on Facebook or visit swaggerfactory.com to learn more. FX Caprera Car Companies operates a family-owned and operated dealership across the North Country of New York State, including FX Caprera Honda Kia Watertown, FX Caprera Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Alexandria Bay, FX Caprera Ford in Ogdensburg, and in addition to FX Caprera Harley Davidson motorcycles and trailer sales in Adams Center. FX Caprera now in Central New York. Visit FX Caprera Syracuse on Huntley Road in Phoenix, New York. The FX Caprera family of dealerships on the web at FX Caprera. DKM Fabrications, DKM operated by Dave Constantino and Eric Mack, driven to disrupt the dirt racing industry with superior products. Their advantage is a cutting-edge approach to designing more cars that are unique to any that have ever been available on the market before. DKM also specializing in chassis repair, body fabrication, and custom products. Learn more on the web at dkmracecars.com, like DKM Fabrication on Facebook, or follow at DKM_fabrication on Instagram. JK Signworks, located in-house at DKM Fabrication, is your one-stop shop for all graphics and sign work, from lettering to trophies to signs, both large and small, like JK Signworks on Facebook to learn more. JK Signworks, DKM Fabrication, FX Caprera Car Company, Swagger Factory Apparel, Dig Race Products, and St. Lawrence Radiology are the presenting marketing partners for the Short Track Super Series. Belmont's Barron's Performance Warehouse. Barron's Performance Warehouse sponsoring the One to Go Championship this year. Barron's Performance Warehouse making the white flag lap lucrative at all STSS modified high torque of New York North Region and New Jersey quality drywall South Region points paying events. Points will be paid out to the top 3 drivers on every white flag lap, including heats, consolations, and features at every Short Track Super Series modified points paying event as follows: 3, 2, and 1 to first, second, and third place. Point totals will be tallied in both the North and the South regions. Top performers in both North and South regions will receive the following Barron's Performance Warehouse gift cards: first overall $1,000, second overall $500, and third overall $250. Shop www.barons.com. That's barons.com for the Barron's Performance Warehouse One to Go Championship. We're getting closer and closer. As more cars roll out on the Speedway, we're going to step aside and take a break. This is the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown as we prepare for tonight's Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Fueled by Sunoco event here at the Outlaw Speedway.
And welcome back here to FloRacing's live production of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series here at the Outlaw Showdown at Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York. Still under somewhat of a delay after we got a brief shower move through the area around the 6 o'clock hour. We're slowly getting closer to dirt draft hot laps, but in just a matter of moments, we're going to let the track crew out there do what they need to do. But I am Earl Hoon Jr. alongside Jeff Ollum. Obviously, the sun is still out, Jeff, helping us. We still have a little bit of the breeze helping dry the track as well. The track crew is making progress.
Yes, they are. They're getting closer and closer, and they having the blade out there, the backhoe scraping, and the grader out there working that bottom groove, trying to scrape the slime off. All the water, the track is banked pretty good. All the water ran to the bottom, and there was no place for it to go the way they have the turns configured there, so they're trying to remove that excess right now. And some of the sportsmen, and we did have a few street stock drivers that were out here rolling the racetrack in. Well, Earl, tonight is our 9th appearance here at the Outlaw Speedway for the Short Track Super Series. We had 2 years that we didn't get to have the race put into the record book, 2017 and 2020. But since 2016, there have been 8 previous races. Stuart Friesen's won 3, Matt Shepard's won 3. And 2 drivers got their one and only Short Track Super Series win in that time frame, Earl.
Yeah, that would have been Corey Costa and Steve Payne. That's the one great thing about being here at Outlaw, because, yeah, we got the big hitters all the time, right? We got the best of the best in modified competition. But this is somewhat of a level playing ground. Right, we'll bring in Spazman here, the voice of the Outlaw Speedway. I mean, yeah, we have a lot of repeat winners, but also, like Jeff said, we have drivers that got their first ever victory here in modified competition as well.
There has been a lot of first-time evers here at Outlaw Speedway, and it's one of the more fun things that an announcer gets to do, and go down and give an interview for the first time ever here. And Victory Lane at Outlaw Speedway is different. I mean, we roll you right up here in front of the crowd. The kids get to come down and have a good time. But I'm just going to throw this out there while I can. Anybody who says you're cherry picking at Outlaw is cray-cray, okay? Because let's talk. I mean, we've got right now 4 different winners, I think, 4 or 5 different winners. You're not just going to come in here and walk. Like you said, the big dogs are here, but we've got some of our own as well. So it's an interesting dichotomy between, is it going to be a series invader or is it going to be an outlaw homie?
Now, the 2 nights that the Steve Payne and Corey Costa scored the wins, if you remember, Earl wasn't here for this, but both races were nail-biters right down to the finish. Steve Payne had Mike Mahaney, Anthony Perrigo, Stuart Friesen, and Matt Shepard nipping at his heels. 5 cars practically under a blanket in lap traffic, and Steve Payne won. I mean, he won a lot of races in his career, but for him to win that night, it was just like they were like a heavyweight fighter. They were taking everything they could, and Stevie held on and scored the win. Very popular that night.
I was going to say very, very popular when the older guys win here. I mean, like when Pat Ward, he's won here a couple times over the last couple of years, just to give you another example. The people here at Outlaw love that. And I'm jumping ahead of you, but I know I was talking about it earlier. Let's talk about that Corey Costa victory. That night, 3 of those 4 features were won on last lap passes. I don't know if you remember this or not. 23, right over there in turn number 2. And Alex Payne and Corey Costa were battling. They were going at it, and the track was phenomenal. The racing was out of sight. And as I said earlier, Alex claims he had a hole, but I'm just going to say whatever happened to him, it shot him up the hill a little bit, and Corey was right there to take advantage. And like the only race that wasn't nail biter on that night, Kenny Peoples Jr. He was the only invader that won, and he was gone. He paid the bill and checked out.
Well, I was just going to say that the 23 race, Costa and Payne, they both took turns leading good portions of that race.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there was something would happen. We had a lot of green flag laps. They get into traffic, and then one would snooker the other one in lap traffic, and then all of a sudden it would reverse itself, and then they changed the lead again on the final lap. It was a real thriller down to the wire.
Absolutely.
All right, Earl, what do you think?
I'm thinking about probably another 15 minutes away. There is some discussion on the Short Track Super Series radio that we're just about 15 to 20 minutes away from getting underway with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. You can see the grader is all the way down at the bottom of the racetrack, just skimming off the excess moisture, and a couple of sportsman drivers out there turning some laps. And like I said, probably still have about another hour left of the sun, which is helping out. We still have a breeze, which has also help the track drying process as well. But we do plan on concluding this entire event as we will look at the event schedule. It has been changed a couple of times here. Probably will change a few more times throughout the program, but we will get underway with Dirt Draft Hot Laps with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series to go with the support divisions as well. There's a possibility that we may scratch the Short Track Super Series redraw to keep the program running. We'll probably, depending on what time of night we will be in, we'll do that at the series trailer. We will have one consolation for the modifieds with STSS, and then we will get underway with our 50-lap feature. The modifieds will be first tonight, and obviously last year. The question is, Matt Shepard won this very race last year. We'll look at his 2026 season, guys. Obviously, during the offseason, there was news coming out of the 9S camp to where they had some changes within the crew members, and right now you look at the stats really do not match up to Matt Shepard standards.
The stats don't, but he's still leading in the points, and he's still got 3 wins here at Outlaw. Obviously, the changes that you had mentioned in the crew have, a little something perhaps to do with that, but he's also a new father. Yeah. And when you're a new father, that takes focus, whether you want to admit it, whether you want to, say that it is or not. It takes focus away from some of the other things that you have going on. Now, I do want to throw out there that Matt won the July 3rd race here last week, and this is my 6th year here at Outlaw, and I've interviewed him a whole bunch of times down here. That's the happiest I have seen him win a race here at Outlaw last week.
And of course, he has returned this year because he used to be a former champion here at Outlaw.
Three-time champion.
And then was running elsewhere on Friday nights, but he's back this year. And as you mentioned, the point leader, he's got the point lead over Alex Payne, Michael Maresca, Danny Johnson, and Jeff Doherty. Those are the top 5 in points after last Friday night's racing program. So I'm sure it's going to be a shootout down to the wire.
I think it's going to be a shootout myself, but one thing is you look down through the points here at Outlaw in the mods in just about any division, and there's a really good mix of what I like to call old school and the young guns. And it's so cool to see them out there beating and banging and just going all out and racing. And I know we're here talking about the modifieds, but we got the sportsmen on the track. If I can go rogue on you here for a second, 8 winners out of 10 races. 8 different winners. Now, obviously, everybody running the same 602 crate motor has a little something to do with that. And for anybody that ever wonders, what does it mean, a 602 and a 604? That's a part number. That's the ending of the head numbers. The difference is between the heads, not in the 602 or the 604. But Daryl Krebs broke it down. It comes down to talent and setup because the motors are all the same.
Yes.
Well, they're supposed to all be the same. But, yeah. All right. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have you guys here. And
yeah, we'll be mixing in together here. We're here covering the modifieds tonight. Tonight, sportsmen are on the program, but they are not sanctioned by STSS, which is usually the case here. Tyler Siri, owner-promoter, likes to have his own sportsman deal, and that's quite all right. We always have a nice turnout of sportsman drivers, and fans in the stands here at the track can hear the motors are picking up, Spaz, man. I think we're getting a little faster out there.
They are. They're cranking it up a little bit, and I have to give credit. I know I'm a little biased, but I've been watching this track crew, as I said, for 6 years, and I'd put them against any crew anywhere against, any other track's crew. They work very diligently.
And it looks to me, and Earl, maybe you want to jump in here, everything is really coming around top to bottom except right here in the front stretch. I think that's the widest part that hasn't worked in yet, but you can see they're down low over there in turn number 2, right down the backstretch, going down low into turn 3. Coming out of 4, it's just this one strip here in the front. I'm sure we'll work that in as time works along, but the sportsmen are up to speed, and dirt draft hot laps are underway.
Yeah, race control going to notify the drivers to keep picking up the space to buzz the top side of the racetrack, especially in these turns. And slowly but surely, the cars are going to keep working lower and lower to where we will have multiple grooves here. But yeah, officially, we are getting underway with dirt draft hot laps here at the Outlaw Speedway.
Tell you what, Earl, I think the busiest people in the pits are going to be the mud scrapers tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, those crews are going to be busy all night long. This track, this may be our first group of dirt draft hot laps, but it's going to be tacky. I can already see it's going to work up a nice cushion. We're going to have multiple grooves out there, but the crews are definitely going to have their work cut out for them here tonight. Obviously scraping the mud. You don't want any more weight on these cars than what you really need, but also trying to stay on top of the setup, because the more races we run, the more this track is going to change.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The track will change throughout the night, as it does on a normal night, but now with the added moisture, it'll make it change maybe a little slower. We'll have to wait and find out. Well, Spaz Man, looks like we got more sportsmen rolling out, and I believe they changed a couple of things already. The street stocks are going to come out and warm up following the sportsmen before we get to the High Torque New York North Region Short Track Super Series Modifieds, because Modifieds are timed.
Absolutely. And I also want to reiterate something. I want to stress something. There's a reason we put subject to change on any schedule, because you never know what's going to happen. Obviously, we didn't want this to happen, but it did. We didn't anticipate it. We were keeping an eye on it, but I'm just saying everything is subject to change. And I just want to thank everybody here, the Outlaw gang at 82 Main, where it's about to get insane. I want to thank everybody for their patience, and I want to say what's up to everybody watching on Flow.
Absolutely. All right, second group, they're probably with each group they'll come out and have them run either around the top or around the bottom to try and continue to work that in, and then they'll get in the green. And as we get through the different divisions here tonight, as we work toward our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies right now, dirt draft hot laps. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with the Short Track Super Series now in our 13th season. Keep up to date with the Bob Looper Sportswear Short Track Super Series fuels Sunoco as we go into our second decade of racing. The website is shorttracksuperseries.com, Facebook Short Track Super Series, X at Short Track SS, Instagram at Short Track Super Series, or YouTube Short Track Super Series. And don't forget, every 2026 Bob Looper Sportswear Short Track Super Series Fueled by Sunoco event will be broadcast live on FloRacing, in addition to every Fonda Speedway event. Visit FloRacing.com to sign up today. One annual payment gives you access to the Short Track Super Series, Fonda, and a host of other series and facilities, including the High Limit 410 Sprints, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, the USAC Sprints and Midgets and Silver Crown, Port Royal Speedway, the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, and Castrol Night in America, and much, much more. Watch the races across all screens by downloading the Flow Sports app on iOS, Android, Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Chromecast. FloRacing. Come for the race and stay for the rush. And don't forget, if you're looking for lineups, timing, and scoring, points, and more, the Bob Looper Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco utilizing My Race Pass. Don't miss out. Download the app today. And as we mentioned earlier, the next Short Track Super Series event will be a doubleheader next week, Tuesday, July 14th, Bridgeport Motorsports Park in southern New Jersey for the South Jersey Shootout on New Jersey Quality Drywall Modified South Region event number 4, and Short Track Super Series Belmont's Garage South Region number 2. And 2 nights later, we come back north to the Fonda Speedway for the Firecracker, rescheduled Firecracker 50, the Short Track Super Series Modified High Torque New York North Region Round 3, and STSS Sportsman Matson Overhead Door North Region Round number 3. All right, Spaz Man, we got more green flag laps here for the sportsmen.
Ray K says, let them go, and I love every bit of that. That's Kevin DeCamp in the 22K in the white car going down the back stretch. Trailing him is Morseman, and then you got Blake Parsons, your points leader, in the Dunning Auto Parts Pudgies of Corning 55. He just took the points lead away from Brent Ayers. And then behind him, you got the young gun, Caden Lawson. He's a feature winner. Not this year, but that's one thing about this division. There's a lot of feature winners here, and then that's his dad, Donnie Lawson, a former small block modified winner here at Outlaw Speedway, and then Scotty Corbett just had a baby recently in the 88T. That 927 that's on the back, I asked him this morning, what is 927? That was his mother's birth date, and she just recently passed away, so in honor of her, they run the 927.
That's pretty cool, and it's something that you see a number of race teams do when they like to remember someone with their racing equipment.
Absolutely. Racing is a different breed of people. There's no doubt about that. Tyler Pete, quickest in this bunch on the speed chart at 16.26. Tyler Pete, a feature winner, as I said earlier. He won the season opening Lucas Oil Nationals. And then Donnie Lawson, second quickest at 16.36. And then Caden Lawson, third quickest. The Nap and Schlappy American Racer Sportsmen, they are going to give way to the Sword Out Recycling Empire Street Stock Series. Street Stocks making their way out. This is race number 3 on the docket. Now, as I alluded to in an interesting note, the first series champion was track champion Shane Wolf. He was the champion, I believe, in 23 and 24. And then last year, the champion was the Pit Bull, Mike Welch. Now, I'm hoping we can look at that 57 station wagon, Eli Mangiarelli, going down the backstretch, because the news on this cat, he's been fast all season long. And he does not have a plethora of experience. He's only been racing a couple, 3 years on. I remember running into him at Burn Dairy in Penn Yan at about 4 o'clock in the morning. No, it wasn't when we just got out of here. I have to disclaim that. I got to throw that in there. But I asked him, he was running a Rookie Sportsman. We used to run the Limited Sportsman. He was running one of those, and I asked him what his plans are in racing. He said, I just want to race anything. I want to get behind the wheel, and Jim Schuyler has put him behind the wheel of this 57J, and the dude has been fast. He was in a slobber knocker with Jimmy Grant, and anybody who can hang with Jimmy Grant is doing something.
Well, the races may not have been over, but you might have just left here.
Yeah. Well, there's always a story to write or some. Hey, Luke Boom in that 00, and this is the. Like I said, this is the second visit of the Empire Street Stocks here to Outlaw Speedway, and Shane Wolf Jr. won that one race that was here, and we're keeping an eye on Luke Boom as he's making his way off. He's a Woodhall racer, Luke Boom, and then Bradley Morseman in that 44 car behind him. And I think it's a toss-up between how many more family racing, Sharpsteins, Pachabowskis, or Morsemans. I mean, there's so many of them all over the place. But quick time right now is Joey Giardina at 17.492 in that 25J. Mangiarelli second, 17.976. Morseman third at 18.172. So our two leaders, Giardina and Mangiarelli, both in the 17-second bracket. Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming at you right here on Flow and right here at 82 Main. And you can see them starting to line up the modifieds. I don't know about you, Jeff. If we ever talked about, and you can jump in here too, Earl, you guys like the sail panels or not?
Jeff, I'll let you answer that one.
All right, Earl does not like the sail panels.
Well, I'm more of a traditionalist.
Okay.
Right, and really, sail panels isn't really a thing down in our neck of the woods.
No,
right, Jeff?
Modifieds aren't a big thing down in your neck of the woods, man. I mean,
well, his western, central, and western part of the state, but my eastern part, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm more of a traditionalist, but either way, I have been brought to terms that sales panels really doesn't affect the racing, in my opinion. I know some people that they lock them down a little more. Nah, it just makes it for a better show.
Makes a nice bigger area to put your sponsors on as well.
Yeah, it's really neat on the when you're not racing on the big half-mile tracks, which we have some of them down home. Up here, more of your tracks are on the smaller size, third or 4/10 of a mile. So it's more prevalent there. So, it has become a thing, and so Brett likes to mix it up. He does the sail panels for the North region. We do not use them on the South region because predominantly a lot of those tracks had been in the past some of the bigger raceways. All right, we got some cars out here now for Dirt Draft Hot Laps. The number 70, Brady Fultz on the Speedway. He is in the Barney Moravic Waterwells number 70. Matt Shepard, 3-time winner this year. He is in the International Hot Rod Association number 9S. And another Matt Williamson, out of St. Catharines, Ontario. He's in the S&W Service Center. Becker Brothers Trucking number 6. Rich Talada from Chemung, New York, driving car number 08. He is in the Higfab Chassis Coach's Pizza 08. And also out there driving out of Johnstown track, regular in one of the Outlaw Speedway Modifieds from Sharon Springs. That's Bobby Varon. Bobby Varon at the number 18.
Drivers are going to see the Sunoco checker flag this time by. Gentlemen, we are already down into the 14-second bracket. Right now, Matt Shepard is going to be fastest overall at a 14.973. We'll look at that one more time. And that is going to be an actually 14.921, a 14.921 for Matt Shepard.
Now, of course, for those of you here at the racetrack, the drivers drew at the trailer when they signed in for which heat race they will be in, but now they are timing against their own qualifying heat race to determine the starting lineup tonight. That was the first half of heat number 1.
And also, we like to remind you that right now, Matt Shepard is in the running to be this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero. We'd like to remind you of that award. Whoever is the fastest driver overall during timed Dirt Draft Hot Laps with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series will take home an award, courtesy of our great friends from ATL Fuel Cells.
So out there on the track, one of the regulars from Waterloo, the number 6, Tommy Payne, the McCullough Excavating Talmage Tire number 6. Will Shields out of King Fair, New York, driving the 82S. He's in the Snow's Garage. Franklin Ag Products number 82. The 21G, Aiden Grover. Aiden out there is out of Corning, New York. He's in the Christie Construction Valley Auto Center number 23. And also out there driving in the number 10, he's made the move to the modifieds now, Carl Comfort. Carl out of Penn Yan, New York. Carl Comfort at the Steve General Contractor. Mellon Woodworking, number 10, Carl Comfort. Those are the drivers the second half of heat race number 1. There will be 9 cars in each of the 3 heats, 27 cars signed in tonight.
Now, if I can throw in there, it's really nice to see one of the Paynes back here. Normally last year we would have 3 of them, Steve, Billy, and Tommy, but they've run into some issues. None of my business. I'm just saying that it has precluded them from all being here, and it's nice to see Tommy Payne back on the track.
So here's how your top 5 will look after group number 1. Matt Shepard, fastest overall still over Bobby Varon, Brady Fultz, Carl Comfort, and Matt Williamson as drivers hitting the racetrack at this time. These are the drivers that are making up the first group for what is going to be heat race number 2 coming up a little bit later on in the program. Still, Matt Shepard, fastest overall at a 15.921. See if we can get a little further down into the 14-second bracket.
All right, here's the second qualifying heat race. The first half rolling out on the Speedway driver who's won this year and a former champion driving in the mobile diesel and equipment repair, Wheatneck Archery, St. Lawrence Rheology 7MM, Michael Maresca. And from Elmira, New York, he'll be driving in the Wicked Tees number 22. That's Jeff Doherty. Also out there, the From Genoa, New York, the Genoa Giant driving in the Outlaw Speedway. Friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram number 42P Pat Ward. Also out there out of Covington Township, the Millman's Napa Auto Parts. Gary Simpson Contracting 84Y, Alex Yankowski. And driving out of York, New York, in the number 19W is Justin Wright. Justin Wright driving the 19W.
So lap times coming in right now. Michael Maresca at a 15.267. Now Justin Wright will go to the top of the board. Now Alex Yankowski. He'll officially be fastest right now in this group at a 15.173. And drivers are going to see the Sunoco checker flag this time by Michael Maresca. Now a 14.975. Drivers improving on their second lap around. Justin Wright was also better on his second lap at a 15.158. Yankowski third quick in this group, a 15.164. As we were close right there, it's still Matt Shepard, fastest overall, still in line to become this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero. But Michael Maresca got close. Second quick overall at a 14.975.
Now, am I wrong in remembering that Mike Maresca was the Hot Lap Hero last year for the short track? And then the year before that, Brady Foltz, I believe.
You're asking a lot. I don't remember.
All right.
A lot of races between then and now.
I dig that.
All right, here's the second half of heat number 2. Rolling out, it's the boss man, the track promoter. He's been making a lot of laps today with a water truck, then the grader. He's out on the Speedway with a friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Outlaw Speedway 5-star from Horseheads, Tyler Seary. Also out there, out of Savona, New York, driving in car number 47. That's the Northeastern Transformer Service entry of Greg Crooker. Driving out of Walton, New York, the Klinger Power Sports 9K. He's running modified tonight, Blaine Klinger. And also out there out of Canandaigua, New York, driving in the Genic Big Creek Concrete number 70A, also sponsored by Honey Auto Parts, will be Alex Payne. Alex also a feature winner this year when he drives the Tim Gibson-owned race car here at Outlaw Speedway on a Friday night. Alex Payne is in the 70A for tonight's series event.
So see if anyone can knock off Mike Maresca at the top of the pylon here for the drivers making up the second heat race of the evening. Alex Payne will go second quick at a 15.049. Crooker improves on his second lap, still eighth quick at 15.674. Payne also better on his second lap at a 15.031. Tyler Seary, a 15.511, seventh quick here in this group, as drivers are going to see the Sunoco checker flag this time by. But still, Mikey Maresca is going to be fastest here, and the drivers making up the second heat race of the night at a 14.975. Matt Shepard still fastest overall.
Heat number 3, this is the first half, rolling out for Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Again, the Short Track Super Series every race night starts with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Go to dirtdraft.com or download the all-new Dirt Draft app on Apple or Google App Stores. New features, new games, and a new speed shop. That is Dirt Draft Hot Laps here tonight at Outlaw Speedway. First half of heat number 3 from Phelps, New York, driving in the Shagland Auto and Truck Parts. Sunrise Installation, Lane's Yamaha number 27J, the Doctor, Danny Johnson. He's a feature winner here this season. Out of Plessis, New York, he will be driving car number 06. That's the Betts, Rossi, Bellinger, and Stewart Funeral Homes, Napa Auto Parts number 06, it's Jackson Gill. Also out there from Chettanengo, driving in the Mooney Sports Bar number 72, AJ Potrabowski II. And also out there, driving out of Napierville, Quebec, he's driving in the Pale Racing Arcopel number 1, the 1 ONE. The 1 is Felix Waugh. And also out there, he's a feature winner at the Accord Speedway this year out of Goshen, New York. Driving in the Schuback Sod Farm, Schossler's Garden and Farm Equipment number 15N, it's Daniel Morgevitz. That's the first half of heat number 3.
So we're going to wind them up and turn them loose one more time. These are the drivers that are going to make up the first half for the third heat race of the evening for the Short Track Super Series. AJ Potrabowski He's into the 15-second bracket, but how about it? Danny Johnson will go to the top of the board here in this group at a 15.264. Daniel Murgevich, second quick, a 15.287. They will see the checker flag this time by Jackson Gill, also better in his second lap. A 15.711 puts him fourth quick right now, as these drivers are going to make their way off of turn number 2 back into the pit area. But Danny Johnson is going to set the pace right now for the drivers that are going to make the lineup for the third heat race at a 15.264. Matt Shepard still fastest overall at a 14.921.
All right, second half of heat number 3 coming out on the Speedway. Another number 27 is rolling trackside. He is in the Prime Design Landscapes. RG Hoffman Electric number 27 out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Also out there driving in the 713, the 713. A track regular here for many years. He's in the Comfort Experts number 713 from Groton, New York. That is Tommy Collins. Also rolling trackside, driving in the Bobby Henschel Advanced Concrete number 4. He is out of Montgomery, New York, Anthony Perego. And the final car to roll out, the Addison Eagles 88 from Portageville, New York. That'll be Ron Cartwright Jr. That's the second half of heat race number 3 for Dirt Draft Hot Laps here at the Outlaw Speedway. And again, at each event, the user has $100,000 to spend on 5 drivers. Each driver has a different salary based on past results. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition in the series-long leaderboards. That's dirtdraft.com. Dirt Draft Hot Laps here tonight for the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown at the Outlaw Speedway.
So Danny Johnson setting the pace right now for the drivers that are going to make up the lineup for the third heat race. Daniel Murgevich, second quick. AJ Pachabowski, third quick. See if anybody else can get down into the 14-second bracket. Anthony Perego will now go to the top of the pylon for this group at a 15.245, 15.245 for Perego. Tommy Collins, however, he'll go to the top at a 15.206, 15.206. That is going to complete Dirt Draft Hot Laps here this evening. Tommy Collins in the 713 will be fastest here in this group, a 15.206 over the 4 of Anthony Perego, second quick. Danny Johnson, third. Daniel Murgevich, fourth quick. And Tanner Van Doren, fifth quick at a 15.516. But Jeff Allen, we would like to congratulate Matt Shepard for being this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero.
And again, we will be inverting 4. We have 3 heats tonight, so the qualifying will be 6. Qualify 4 will go to the redraw, so the top 4 will be inverting in the starting lineup for the qualifying heat races based on their time in each group. Again, they drew for which heat they're in. Now they timed against their own heat race to determine the starting lineup.
Race fans that are on the grounds here and everyone tuning at home on FloRacing, before you leave here tonight, don't forget to go behind the Turn 1 grandstands, get brand new merch from the Short Track Super Series courtesy of Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Brand new merch just coming out today. Also, see if we still have that QR code to the online store for Bob Hilbert Sportswear. Maybe we can get that up on the screen a little bit later on after the break. But go ahead, for everyone tuning in at home, scan that QR code right now. That will take you to the online store for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Brand new merch dropping out today as Dirt Draft Hot Laps continue, as the 4 cylinders will come out. But we're going to take another short break here on FloRacing. When we come back, we're going to have more right here from the Outlaw Speedway. And welcome back here to the Outlaw Showdown on Outlaw Speedway here in Dundee, New York for the Dave Machuga Memorial featuring the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Dirt Draft Hot Laps continue here this evening. As we did get a late start, we have Mother Nature putting down a little bit of a shower around the 6 o'clock hour, hence why we have the late start. But Spaz, man, we still have more race cars out there taking time.
That's right, the MR Graphics 4 cylinders out there right now, and as you see on Flo, that's former champion Jason Smart in the 8 car back in 2022, my first full-time year here. And these guys put on some good races. That 19 just ahead of him, that is Lee Fritz. He sponsors the Banditos, and he at one point had probably 4 or 5 cars out here, all of his own, you know, giving other drivers opportunities. So it's really nice to see Lee Fritz back out on the racing surface as well. And like I said, Jason Smart behind him. Kevin Hall, we haven't seen him in a handful of weeks in the 63 car. Mike Ayers in the 21X. That's Nick Brown in the 4 car. Now, Nick, he won the dash at the season opening Lucas Oil Nationals, and he was pumped. I cannot remember what his finish was, but Coley DeCamp exits the Speedway over here in the 9 car, maybe 12, 13 years old. And as I was saying, you know, pre-race, every week, every win last year in the Banditos division, his interest would get stronger and bigger and bigger, and that was a really cool thing. So I believe, Earl, tell me if I'm wrong. Is that it for Dirt Draft Hot Laps?
That is correct. That is going to wrap up Dirt Draft Hot Laps. We got some business to take care of as Jeff Olam is going to make his way down to Bicknell Racing's product victory lane. We're going to speak with tonight's ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap hero, Matt Shepard. Jeff making his way down now. So we're going to interview Matt before we go into this evening's Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies as Jeff Olam has made his way down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. Hey, Matt Shepard, another ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero. A track you're very familiar with, and the car looked pretty good tonight.
Yeah, we got in that first group, and we've had a good car here all year, and cut a pretty good lap there, and I think we did the same thing last year and kept it going throughout the night. So hopefully we can do that again.
Anything a little bit different? Because I know sometimes on tracks that are banked a little bit, when you don't get to run maybe the groove you want to run, because you guys were running more middle high for that hot lap session, did that affect anything?
Yeah, I mean, we usually run all over this place every week. The top half has come in really good. Hopefully they can scrape the bottom or do something to widen it out a little bit. Or these starts might be a little hairy in these heat races here.
All right, well, congratulations. A $100 bonus for you, ATL Hot Lap hero tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Matt Shepard, there he is, our ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero. Congratulations to him. He gets the bonus. We'll go back up to Earl.
Thank you, Jeff Olam. And in just a matter of moments, we are going to go into tonight's Penske Racing Shocks opening ceremonies. Track crew going to take their time here to bring in that bottom side of the racetrack. And while we have some time, we're going to take another short commercial break here on FloRacing. You are watching live the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series from the Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York. And welcome back here to FloRacing's live production of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Welcome everyone here to the Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York for the Dave Machuga Memorial. At this time, we'll send it down to Jeff Allen, who stands in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
All right, thank you very much, Earl. Welcome, everyone, to the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown tonight here at the Outlaw Speedway. The Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco visits the Finger Lakes tonight with our annual summer stop here at Outlaw Speedway. Tonight we honor Dave Machuga with the running of the Outlaw Showdown for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds, in addition to the Sportsman, Empire State Street Stock Series, and 4 cylinders. Tonight, $7,078 to win Short Track Super Series Modified event, serving as round 2 of a rain-interrupted High Torque New York North region for the Modifieds. Dave Machuga, a well-respected driver, fabricator, and mechanic, passed away in October of 2022 after a courageous battle with cancer. Machuga was known for his orange number 78 Blossom Special, Orange Blossom Special, which is on display behind the grandstand here tonight. And that trademark number is a big part of tonight's event as we remember Dave Machuga. On behalf of Outlaw Speedway, the Short Track Super Series, we thank you all for attending in person or for those watching live at home on Flow TV. We hope you enjoy tonight's show. All right, time for opening ceremonies, our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. If you'll be kind enough to rise, we'll turn things over to Pastor Greg Nitz to open with our invocation.
Oh, thank you. We do have a local prayer request. George Swaggart to 3G3. You know, he's been suffering and recovering from injuries suffered earlier this year, but he's got a procedure upcoming this week. We want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers. Jesus said, I have come into as a light into this dark world, so that those that believe in me shall never walk in darkness. That's a gift. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we just thank you. You parted the clouds. You allowed us to gather here today to do what we love to do, but we pray that you just be with us in this night. We ask that your hedge of protection be around everybody here, your guardian angels, hand of mercy, but most of all, it is about your love, mercy, and grace that we can extend to each other. Keep G3 in their thoughts and prayers, Lord. Guide him, give them healing hand upon him. We just thank you for your love. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Greg. And now we'll have 2 national anthems tonight. First, we shall salute our neighbors to the north, the nation of Canada, with a presentation of O Canada. Here's Joe Chris, Short Track Super Series starter, to sing the Canadian national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons' command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Joe. And now we'll pay tribute to the United States of America, as we just recently celebrated our country's 250th birthday on July 4th. We'll pay tribute to our nation, our flag, and our brave servicemen and women of the U.S. military with the presentation of the U.S. national anthem. Once again, Joe Chris to sing the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Joe Chris, with the Canadian and American national anthems. All right, Penske Racing Shock opening ceremony is complete here in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. We're going to step aside for a quick commercial and come back and get ready for qualifying heat action for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds. We're back here at the Outlaw Speedway, Dundee, New York, for the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco Modifieds. We're ready to go. The friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram pickup pace truck is out on the speedway now. The first heat's lining up behind it. Here is the way they will line up. Pole position, driving car number 18. Make that car number 10, excuse me. Car number 10 will start from the pole position. That is the Steve General Contractor. Number 10 of Carl Comfort. Outside of him in the Barney Moravec Water Wells, Blake Equipment number 70, Brady Foltz.
Second row to the inside, driving one of the Outlaw Speedway, friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Modifieds. The 18V is Bobby Varon. And alongside of him, driving the International Hot Rod Association Chemung Concrete number 9 as Super Matt Shepard, the defending North Region champion. Row 3 to the inside from St. Catharines, Ontario, in Canada. He's driving the S&W Service Center, Becker Brothers Trucking number 6, Money Matt Williamson. Alongside of him, driving in the Christie Construction Valley Auto Center number 23G, Aiden Grover. Row 4 to the inside, driving in car number 6, that is a McCullough Excavating, Talmadge Tire number 6 of Tommy Payne. And alongside of him, the Snows Garage and Franklin Ag Products number 82S, Will Shields. Final starting position, driving in the 08 will be the driver out of Chemung, New York. That's the Higfab Chassis. Coach's Pizza entry of Rich Talada. That is the lineup. 9 cars in each of our 3 Short Track Super Series modified heats. They will go 8 laps, 6 qualify, 4 go to the redraw. There they are, 2, 4, 6, 8. We're missing 1. Missing 1 car in this lineup. All right, we're ready to go. Lights are out, ladies and gentlemen. As the old saying goes, better late than never. Thank you for your patience waiting this out. Thanks to the track crew and the sportsman drivers who came out to help get things squared away. We're ready to go. The J. Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown here at the Outlaw Speedway. Heat number 1 for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds.
Good side-by-side start as the field came to the Sunoco start zone in turn number 4. Brady Folds is going to work the top there off of turn number 2, and he will set the early pace in the 70s. Side-by-side behind him for the runner-up spot.
Remember, 4 go to the redraw, 6 will qualify. Lap number 1 out of the turn comes your leader, Brady Folds in the 70. Right now, Bobby Varon working in the number 2 spot, heading down the back, and Shepard has worked the 3rd.
Not a great first lap for the 10 of Carl Comfort as he falls back into that 5th position. Looks like the car gets a little tight on him in the center of turns number 3 and 4 as there goes hit to the bottom in turn 2. Williamson a little bit out of shape right there. Make that Billy Payne. Billy Payne in the 6B trying to advance him spot as laps start to click away in the opening heat race of the night.
Yeah, Billy Payne battling with Tommy Payne battling with Carl Comfort now as they head into the corner. Tommy Payne and Carl Comfort. Will Shields down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Matt Williamson has slid the number 6 into position number 4 down the straightaway. Lap 4 halfway. Brady Folds continuing to lead the way. One of the track regulars now as they work down the backstretch. We got Bobby Varon and Matt Shepard 2-3. Williamson is in 4th, working lap number 5.
Great nose to tail battle for the runner-up spot as Shepard trying to bring that bottom side to life. They drag race in the turn 3. Varon to the top. Puts that right rear up on the cushion. They're going to come to the Twin Sixes 2 more times around. It's still all Brady Folds out front.
Yeah, look at this battle for second. Shepard to the inside of Varon. 2 veterans going at it down the back straightaway. That was the Detroit Dirt Car 2-lap signal. Now we're going to get the Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag. 1 lap to go. Brady Folds in front.
Folds has a 1.5 second lead as still they are side by side behind him for that runner-up spot. They're going to come to the Sunoco checker flag this time by Folds. He will win it. Who's going to finish in that 2nd position? Give to Bobby Varon. Matt Shepard 3rd. And Matt Williamson in that 6 machine will finish in 4th.
You know, Brady Folds is looking for his first dub of 2026, but that is his 5th heat win, including 4 of the last 5 races.
There you go. They're on spot on during qualifying. They need hoping that they can transfer that over to the feature.
He has been fast. He's just got to put that, that dreaded finish together. That's all.
Brady Folds the 70 takes the win. Runner-up position to 18V Bobby Varon. 3rd, the 9S Matt Shepard. 4th, the 6 and Matt Williamson. They all go to the redraw, also qualifying the 10 of Carl Comfort and the 6 of Tommy Payne. Heat 2 lining up this way. The current point leader in the High-Token New York North region, former South Region New Jersey Quality Drywall champion, defending 2-time Fonda champ, driving in the Milmas Napa Auto Parts. Number 84Y out of Covington Township, Alex Jankowski, and alongside of Alex, driving out of York, New York, driving in the number 19, the 19 will be Justin Wright. 2nd row to the inside, driving in the Genic Bickery Concrete number 78 from Canandaigua will be Alex Payne, and alongside of him, feature winner here this season, driving in the number 7MM. That is the Weak Neck Archery sponsored race car, also sponsored by Mobile Diesel and Equipment Repair. That is Double M, Michael Maresca. Row 3 to the inside, driving in the 22. That is the Wicked Tease entry of Jeff Doherty, and alongside of him, the Outlaw Speedway, Friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram 42P, Pat Ward. 4th row to the inside, the Outlaw Speedway 5-star, the Boss Man, Tyler Seary, and alongside of him, the Klinger Power Sports number 9K of Blaine Klinger. Final starting position, driving the Northeastern Transformer Service number 47 is Greg Crooker. Greg Crooker in the 47. 9 more cars ready to go. 8 laps, 6 to qualify, 4 to the redraw. Here comes Heat 2.
Field coming to the green. Great start by Yankowski. A little bit of contact there in turns number 1 and 2. Maresca jumped over the cushion. He'll lose a couple of spots, but now he'll get the whip back to the horse. He will pull to the outside of the 42P of Pat Ward. Will come down to complete lap number 1. It's going to be Alex Yankowski out front.
Pat Ward battling Michael Maresca and the 70 of Alex Payne. Maresca under Payne now as they drag down the back straightaway. Oh, a little wheel rub there, and Payne goes up the hill now, and Maresca will go by for a 3rd spot. Payne back to 4th. They're still in a redraw.
Michael Maresca is bringing that bottom side open as he looks to the inside of Justin Wright. Nose to tail in a 3. This is a great battle for the runner-up spot. Keep your eye on the 7mm of Michael Maresca. He is right there. He'll look back down low in the turns number 1 and 2.
Kid Rocket, Alex Yankowski's got the lead. Maresca getting good bite to the inside of Justin Wright, battling for 2nd as they work down the back into the turn. Justin Wright holding on to 2nd. Maresca digging down at the bottom. We get the halfway signal.
4 laps in and 4 to go. The battle still rages on. Maresca got tight on the entry in turn 1. Here comes Alex Payne. Payne was knocking on the door, looking to take that 3rd spot away. Jeff Allen, pretty much you could throw a blanket over the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place drivers.
Yep, absolutely. Charging into the turn, Maresca was right up on the 19 of Justin Wright. He's doing so again. He's got a great bite off the low side of turn number 2, moves right up behind Wright again, followed by the 70 of Payne, and further back, the boss man Tyler Series in a battle for position 5. We have the Troyer Dirt Car, 2 to go.
2 more times around. Michael Maresca still hounding Justin Wright for that runner-up spot. They are going to come to the white flag, brought to you by Barron's Performance Warehouse. Final time around, Yankowski has a straightaway lead over the field. Back down in the turns number 1 and 2. Here comes another run by Maresca, looking down low. Does Justin Wright slam the door in the turn 3?
Coming around for the Sunoco checkered flag, Kid Rocket, Alex Yankowski will take the win. Runner-up spot will go to Justin Wright in a fine performance over Maresca, Payne, Pat Ward, and Tyler Seary. Had a great battle for position. They end up 5 and 6. Heat race number 2 into the record book for the Short Track Super Series High Torque New York North Region Modifieds. Grabbing the win is Kid Rock of the 84Y of Alex Yankowski. Runner-up, the 19W. Great job for Justin Wright. 3rd spot will go to the 7MM, Michael Maresca. Good battle there. 4th will be the 78, Alex Payne. They go to the redraw, followed by the 42P Pat Ward and the 5-star of Tyler Seary. Earl?
Little bit of drama after the Sunoco checker flag there between Michael Maresca and Alex Payne when they were making their way back to the pit area. We'll have to see how that evolves here throughout the program as the 3rd and final heat race makes their way trackside.
Yes, indeed. One guy went up the hill in 1 and 2. The other one went up the hill in 3 and 4. All right, here we go. Heat number 3, pole position. Driving in the Schuback Sod Farms, number 15M, out of Goshen, New York, Daniel Morgevitz. And alongside of him, driving in the 27J, the Shackleton Auto and Truck Parts, Lane's Yamaha Sunrise Insulation 27J, the Doctor, Danny Johnson. 2nd row to the inside, driving in the Bobby Henschel Advanced Concrete, number 4 from Montgomery, New York, is Anthony Perego. And alongside of him, track regular for many years in the Sportsman, now in a modified the last couple of years in the Comfort Expert 713 from Groton will be Tommy Collins. Row number 3 to the inside, driving in the Prime Design Landscapes 27 from Schnecksville, Pennsylvania to TVD Tanner Van Doren. Alongside of him, driving in the High Voltage Hills number 72 from Chettanengo, that is AJ Patrabowski's the 2nd. Inside of row number 4 will be the Betts, Rossi, Bellinger, and Stewart Funeral Homes number 06, Jackson Gill. Alongside of him, the Pale Racing 1, Felix Waugh. And the final starting spot, the Addison Eagles 88 is Ron Cartwright Jr. Heat number 3 for the Mighty Modifieds. Here they come.
Who are going to be the next 4 drivers to make it into the redraw? Who are going to be the next 6 drivers to qualify into the feature event? A lot of contact here when the drivers coming to get the green flag. Oh, baby, things is really getting interesting as we'll make our way here off of turn number 4. We'll complete lap number 1. Your early leader is going to be Daniel Morgevitz in the 15M.
Yeah, a couple of guys couldn't get their cars to turn going into the corner. We got another one pushing there going through the turns as they're trying to keep the car a little lower on the racetrack. Meanwhile, the top 4 broken free from the rest of the field. Leading the second time around will be Danny Morgevitz, followed by Danny Johnson. The 4, Parego. Whoa! That was a abrupt right-hand turn there in turn number 1 and 2. You don't want to get too low yet.
Jackson Gill right now in that 06, running in that 5th and final transfer. Remember, the top 6 drivers out of these heat races will move on directly into the 50-lap feature event as Felix Waugh in the 1. He's in the rear, but we got a car off the pace. That's going to be Tanner Van Dorn drawing the caution flag.
Van Dorn was one of the drivers who couldn't get the car to turn in the opening lap and washed up the hill almost off the edge of the racetrack. He's back underway. Tommy Collins did a spectacular job here in turn 1 a lap ago. Got down a little too low and where it's a little greasy yet, and the car made an abrupt right-hand turn. He saved it. The field will regroup here on the caution. Collins now in the 4th and final redraw spot. Then Jackson Gill next in line in this 06. So we're ready to restack the field here. 3 down on the lap counter in turn 1. The friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram pace truck picks up the field. Danny Morgevitz, he has really broken out the last couple of years. Won a Thunder Mountain feature last year, an Accord winner this year. He has the one and only Dr. Danny Johnson alongside. Where hasn't he won a race or won a track championship in his storied Hall of Fame modified career? Parego's next in line. Here we go.
The field will approach the Sunoco start zone in turn 4. Good side-by-side restart. They come back to green. Morgevitz will lead the Thundering Herd at the turns number 1 and 2. Here comes Anthony Parego. He'll look down low at Danny Johnson. Johnson said, not so fast, my friend. He'll take that middle sign away. Parego still trying to make a way underneath him.
Yeah, the top 4 all together again. By the way, Tanner Van Dorn was able to rejoin after that caution flag. Working into the turn. Whoa, Parego had trouble getting through turn number 1 and 2, and that will allow Tommy Collins to slide by. And moving back into contention now, we've got a challenge for that 4th position working out of the turn. Now Parego now has A.J. Piotrowski Jr., former champion here on the back bumper.
And now Van Dorn got a little sideways there off of turn number 2. We will stay green. That's exactly what Jackson Gill needs, because right now he will sit on the hot seat in that 6th and final transfer. Battle for the lead now in the turns number 1 and 2. Johnson looks down low, trying to take it away from Morgevitz.
The Troy Dirt Car 2-lap signal, and Danny Johnson is now putting the pressure on, working out of turn 4. We will get the Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag. Final lap, Danny Morgevitz and Danny Johnson. Then we got Collins and Parego. Final lap down the backstretch.
A battle for the win. Johnson looks down low in the turns number 3 and 4. Morgevitz washes high. Checker flag is out, and Daniel Morgevitz is going to hang on to get the heat race win over Danny Johnson. Tommy Collins finishing in P3. Anthony Parego in 4th. Those 4 drivers will make it in to this evening's redraw. A.J. Piotrowski finishing in 5th, and Jackson Gill finishes in that 6th and final transfer.
So there you go. Daniel Morgevitz taking home the win. The 15M, 27J Danny Johnson, 713 Tommy Collins, and the 4 Anthony Parego, the top 4. They go to the redraw, followed by the 72 A.J. Piotrowski Jr. and the 06 of Jackson Gill. Well, Earl, it took a little while. Again, we thank everybody for their patience, but we spun all 3 awesome modified heats already.
No doubt about it. And Spazman, we will bring you into the broadcast again. You heard Matt Shepard during his ATL Fuel Cells Modified Hot Lap Hero interview before we went into opening ceremonies that he was a little bit worried about the bottom side of the racetrack being a little bit greasy, but we can already see during those 3 modified heat race, the bottom side is in.
Yeah, hey, where am I at here? we were talking
You're an
about.
outlaw.
I'm an outlaw. 82 Maine, and I'm getting insane. We were talking about whether the bottom is going to stay that way or not. I don't want to sound like I'm Nostradamus or anything, but I was like, it's only going to take one or two of those guys to go down there, see what it's like, and then the next thing you know, they're all going to migrate down there. And that's the great thing about this track. It's wide enough that you can do what you want, and you can also get away from things. You're going to see guys, Maresca, Shepard, all these guys, they run at bottom, they run at top, they run everywhere.
Yeah, and one final thing before we go to you here with the street
buddy.
stocks. Between every heat, they're making a lap or two on the bottom, trying to work that down under the slow lap conditions. We're going to take another caution lap here. So introduce for us the drivers in this qualifying heat.
Absolutely. Our first of two Empire Street Stock qualifiers, Willie Easling out of Beaver Dams in the 28, and Mean Gene Sharpstein out of Chemung, New York in the 7. And that is row 1. The pit bull, Mike Welch out of Stanley in the 00, and Eli Mangiarelli out of Canandaigua in the 57J. That's row 2. Row 3, Axel Jensen, one of my favorite names here at Outlaw Speedway out of Dundee, just around the corner in the 9 car, and Joe Giardina out of Beaver Dams in the 25J. That's row 3. And then Mark Minutlo, Mr. Smooth on the inside of row 4, and the green flag flies, and outside of him is going to be the CJ1 of CJ Guerreri. 8 laps is the distance. We are underway, and your 2024 track champion in the street stock division, Mean Gene Sharpstein, out to a quick lead, but he's going to bring Eli Mangiarelli to the party, and he does want to go. So this will be a good one. Mean Gene out in front, and that is as I say that, Eli steps on it, makes a liar out of him. He gets a little squirrely, lost the front end over here in turn 1, and he's going to lose some real estate, and he's going to give up that second spot to Joey G. Joe Giardina. Sharpstein, Giardina, Eli Mangiarelli, Willie Easling in the 28. Former 4-cylinder track champion. He is a Grand Slam. He's won in the hobby stocks, the street stocks, and the 4 cylinders as well. But out in front, it's Mean Gene Sharpstein by quite a bit. Let's see, last time by 1.36 over the second place running Joe Giardina. Sharpstein out in front at the halfway point. 4 in, 4 to go. Sharpstein by a straightaway over second place running Giardina. Eli Mangiarelli running 3rd, and Willie Easling in that 4th spot. Top 4 will transfer right into the show. And there you see Ray K, one of the goats, one of my goats, putting up the horns. The horns are up for your leader, Mean Gene Sharpstein. Giardina runs second, but as I say that, he loses the front end. Same exact area. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's the same spot that Mangiarelli lost the front end, as coming down to take the white flag, Uno mas, which is universal language. I don't care where you live or what you speak. The white flag is universal for 1 more to go. For the final time here in our first Empire Street Stock Series qualifier, Mean Gene Sharpstein looking to build on the momentum that he has had since picking up his feature win, is going to knock down qualifier number 1. Joe Giardina runs second. 3rd is Mangiarelli, and going to the show, transferring, is going to be Willie Easling. Just outside looking in is the CJ1 of CJ Guerreri. Teddy Morseman in the 44. Mike Welch, the pit bull in the 00. Mr. Smooth, Mark Minutlo in the 9 of Axel Jensen. So there you see the unofficial results up there on Flow. Sharpstein, Giardina, Mangiarelli, Easling, Guerreri, Morseman, Welch, Minutlo, and Axel Jensen. Track is absolutely definitely coming in. So I've got to give a lot of love to the boss man, the track crew, and all of you for being patient while we work it in. The 88 of Dougie Dub, Doug Webster out of Clarence. And Luke, here comes the boom out of Corning in the 00M. That's row 1. Jerry Lobdell Jr., feature winner in the first race this year at Weedsport. Jerry Lobdell Jr. out of Freeville in the 2L, and Glenn Reitner, the antagonizer, 5-time track champion here, multi-time feature winner. He's going to go from the outside of row number 2 out of Jasper in the 15 car. Brett Crawford, Brady C. out of Corning in the 8, and Kenny Hunt out of Dundee in the 99. That's row 3. And rounding it out is Damian Long out of Pavilion in the 00D, and Jimmy Grant, your points leader, out of Penn Yan in the Geneva Glass JE Marine Maintenance number 36. It's been a little bit. It's been 3 weeks since Jimmy Grant has won a feature here. Now, during the season, Jimmy wins, Jimmy doesn't win. Jimmy wins, Jimmy doesn't win. It went that way for about 3 or 4 times. But as I said, for the past 3 races, Jimmy Grant has not graced the lane. So you know that he is going to, work that much harder to try to pick up a top spot here tonight, as he wants to represent Outlaw, his home track here in the southern tier of Dundee. And the green flag flies 3 wide coming off of turn number 2. We're going to see that all night long, but Jerry Lobdell could not get the bite all the way on the bottom so well. The bottom is working in. It definitely looks to be better over here between turns 3 and 4. Little bit of contact there as Jerry Lobdell takes over the top spot from Dougie Dub. But Lobdell is going to bring Glenn Reitner, 12-time feature winner last year in 2025, en route to his 5th track champion, the only track champion in Outlaw history to win a championship in the same season in 2 different divisions. Here he is, side by side, door handle to door handle, battling Jerry Lobdell Jr. Now, Lobdell should be proud of himself for hanging and banging with somebody that likes the skill level and the equipment that Glenn Reitner brings to the races. But Lobdell's no joke himself. I've probably interviewed him in at least 4 different winners' victory lanes, including here in the friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram victory lane. And it looks like the 99 of Kenny Hunt is going to go to the wayside. Now, Kenny Hunt is the Sunburn Man. Jeff, do you know anything about the Sunburn Man?
I do not.
Well, what he did is he's one of these knuckleheads that duct tapes his chest. He would duct tape the number 9 for Chase Elliott and then sit out in the sun and purposely get sunburned. So when he peels that tape, what a knucklehead.
Yeah.
When he peels that tape off, there's the 9. He was on NBC Sports. He got his picture taken and got to, hang out with Chase Elliott.
So he must like pain to have the sunburn and then rip the tape off and take all the hair with it.
That's right? What I'm thinking, brother. That is what I'm thinking. And he also likes the pain of racing. You know what I'm saying? It can be painful at times. So your leader, according to the speed chart, is Glenn Reitner, and he is going to choose the high side. So the antagonizer choosing the high side. We'll see how that works out for him. I will die on this hill that, especially over here coming off of turn number 2, the high side is the place to be. But the green flag flies. We are back underway, and it's going to be Reitner taking over that top spot, or moving out into that top spot. And just as I say that, the announcer's curse is going to bash Jerry Lobdell Jr. upside the head. And a little bit greasy, I think, maybe over there in 1 and 2. But Jimmy Grant now moves up into the 3rd spot. Out in front, it's going to be Reitner. Second is Dougie Dub, Doug Webster in the 88 car. Now we've got a 2-car battle between Jerry Lobdell and Brett Crawford, 2 feature winners here in 2026 for that 3rd spot. Remember, the top 4 will transfer. So out in front one more time, Glenn Reitner. Here comes Jimmy Grant up into that 4th and final transfer position. Jimmy Grant from Penn Yan, just down the road, about 15 minutes away. And Jimmy Grant, just as I say that, the announcer's curse is real. That announcer's curse is real, man. I've already bitten a couple of them, but Glenn Reitner, there you see him on flow. Nice and smooth through 1 and 2. He's got a full straightaway lead over Lobdell, and here he comes off of turn number 4 for the final time. Picking up the dub, it's going to be Glenn Reitner. So Glenn Reitner will pick up the win. Second will be Lobdell Jr. Third will be Jimmy Grant, and in the fourth and final transfer spot, it's going to be Doug Webster. So Glenn Reitner in the City View Towing, Stone Construction, Penn York Accounting Services number 15, coming off of a win last week and a heat as well, picks up qualifier number 2.
All right, looks like the Sportsmen are rolling out on the Speedway. And again, I'd like to say thanks to Penske Racing Shocks for being our opening ceremony sponsor. Penske Racing Shocks presenting opening ceremonies, the industry leader in providing high-quality racing shocks for automotive vehicles, motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. You can learn more about Penske Shocks on the website at penskeshocks.com or like Penske Racing Shocks on Facebook, X, or Instagram.
So time for some Nappin Schlappy Lumber Company American Racer Sportsmen as they hit the racetrack. We're going to have 3 different qualifiers. Top 4 will transfer to the main event. A.J. Lloyd out of Canandaigua, your 22 and 23 sportsman champion in the 1F. And Reed Stiles out of Knoxville, Pennsylvania in the 34S. That's row 1. Row 2, Dale Welty out of Montour Falls in the 1-2-3, and Chase Spoor out of Middlesex, New York in the 41S. That's row 2. Row 3, Josh Nobriga and the Chemung Concrete number 41 out of Lindley, and Frank the Crank Guerreri out of Seneca Falls. Good old Sneaky Falls in the house in the 88 car. That's row 3. Caden Lawson out of Addison in the 11. And Colton Coots out of Bath in the 84. That's row 4. And good old Spanky Steve Led out of Phelps will round out your field. 8 laps is the distance. It's the Nappin Schlappy American Racer Sportsman. Top 4 will transfer. This is qualifier number 1. Ray K looks him over. He doesn't look like he's too excited about that start. We'll have to keep it. No, Ray's shaking it off. I think Ray K is shaking that one off and saying, nope, we're going to do that again. And, Jeff, that is going to force me to bust out the music here. I have a song. Let's see if I can get it in time.
They're coming back to green here.
Oh, they're coming right back to green?
Yes, they are.
All right, I'm not going to get it. It's Hall & Oates. I can't go for that.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Green flag flies. We are underway in the Fox's Auto. Oh, we get a couple together over here off of turn number 2. That looked like Dale Welty got into it. Dale Welty got into it with, I believe that was Reed Stiles. Reed Stiles in the 34S. But here we go. Colton Coots. Colton Coots is going to, he doesn't actually spin, but he is facing the wrong way. Almost collected Steve Led. And we've got, we've got Reed Stiles out of Knoxville, Pennsylvania in the 34S right over there in front of the Classic Cafe and Chemung Concrete banners. We've also got one up here that almost made it into the Styrofoam Quarry.
The one in the 84.
Yeah, the 84. Jeff has much better eyes than I do, no doubt about that. That's Colton Coots. But Colton Coots, a kid who picked up his first feature victory here at Outlaw Speedway. And like I was saying earlier, Jeff, it's so much fun to be able to interview a first-time winner.
It absolutely is. That is probably, I don't know about the best part of our job, but that is one of the parts of my job that I really enjoy when you get down there and see that emotion. Here's a replay One car just came out of turn 4, just way too high, got up into the fence. And the other 2 cars went down into the infield apron where there was a little greasy, which caused them to spin out in turn 1. But he really got some airtime.
Yeah, Reed Stiles definitely putting that. It looked like he might have been trying to walk the concrete there a little bit, like one of the kids would do on a skateboard. But I can say that Reed Stiles is okay. So if y'all want to give him a big round of applause, that would be very much appreciated.
We're going to step aside and take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more sportsman action here from the Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York. The Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. I never even saw him do that. We're back at Outlaw Speedway. Spazman, we just took the green to restart this sportsman heat race.
We certainly did. We've only got 1 lap in, but A.J. Lloyd showing the way in the Fox's auto. And there you see Dale Welty getting a little squirrely as he's dealing with Chase Spoor and Josh Nobriga in the Shimon Concrete number 41. Top 4 transfer to the A main event. 2 laps in, this time by will be 3. And you can see out in front, A.J. Lloyd continuing to show the way over the Rushco 41S of Chase Spoor. 3 and 4 is a nice battle side by side. Well, it was beadlock to beadlock. There you see it on flow between Nobriga and Welty. And running 5th, Caden Lawson in that, and Colton Coates. That right there in that picture right there, you got Dale Welty, one of the old schoolers, one of the boomers, as they say, and then you got a couple young guns in Caden Lawson and Colton Coates. And then Spanky Led, he's no spring chicken himself. But anyway, everybody kind of nose to tail, spreading out. A.J. Lloyd continuing to show the way in the Fox's Auto 1F. Coming down to take Ray K's horns. The horns are up. 2 more to go for A.J. Lloyd. Everybody holding serve. There you see Josh Nobriga in the 41, kind of running up the hill just a little bit, but Dale Welty in that 1-2-3, unable to gain any traction, get any kind of forward bite. Here's the Barons, 1 to go for A.J. Lloyd. A.J. Lloyd down the back stretch for the final time, well over Chase Sport. Josh Nobriga and Dale Welty. Here he comes off a turn number 4, picking up the dub here. And qualifier number 1 for the Sportsman, it's going to be A.J. Lloyd. Second is the 42S of Chase Spore, Josh Nobriga and Dale Welty rounding out the transfers. Colton Coots, Caden Lawson, Steve Lett, Frank Guerreri, and Reed Stiles out early. That is how things round out here in the first of 3 qualifiers.
Thanks again to Short Track Super Series North Region Modified sponsor High Torque of New York. High Torque of New York, are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for all torque tool and industrial bolting needs. They offer rentals, sales, solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque wrench calibration and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque of New York on Facebook and X. High Torque of New York, our North Region Modified sponsor.
Our American Racer Sportsman qualifier number 2 shakes out like this. The Wild Man out of Manchester, Chris Darling in the 714. Took a wild ride last week at Land of Legends. Nice to see him back out there in that nice new body, looking good. Tim Gill, 2-time feature winner out of Rathbone in the 06. Timmy Borden Jr. out of Interlaken in the 23B, and Brent Ayers out of Dundee and the 5, second in points. That is row number 2. Row 3 is Kevin DeCamp. He's won a heat in his last 2 races. Can he make it a Hattie and get a third out of Corning in the 22K? And Q, Quentin Buchanan, he's a feature winner here, as well as at Woodhall in the 27B out of Horseheads. And rounding out the field is the 88T of Scotty Torbett, and last week's feature winner, the 13K of Daryl Krebs. Switched those 2 around. Krebs in 7th and Torbett in 8th. So your control car is the 714 as they wheel up to the Barrington Distillers start zone over here in 3 and 4. And let's see if Ray K says, yep, we're good. We're clean and green. And Tim Gill, a wily veteran in more ways than one, a U.S. Army veteran as well, in that 06, is going to hop out to a really good lead. And he is going to go by the Shimon Concrete starter stand for the first time out in front. Second will be Brent Ayers. Third is the Wild Man, Chris Darling, and Q, Quentin Buchanan in that 4th and final transfer position. Scotty Torbett in the 88T. He will be 5th. 6th is the 22K of Kevin DeCamp. And then Borden Jr. and Daryl Krebs. Boy, that street stock feature, I just got it, and it looks good. That looks like a lot of action. At 3 laps in, Tim Gill continuing to show the way. Watch those tire marks. You can tell that it's still a little, little boogery, but trust me, by the time we get to farming this thing up at the intermission, by the time these main events roll around at the halfway point here in our second Sportsman qualifier, this track is going to be racy and fast, including the bottom, top, and everywhere in between. But out in front, Tim Gill continuing to show the way, the wily veteran in the 06 over Brent Ayers. Third is the Wild Man, Chris Darling in the 714, and Quentin Buchanan. Everybody kind of holding serve. 5th is Torbett. 6th is DeCamp. 7th is Krebs, and Timmy Borden Jr. out of Interlaken in the house. We haven't seen a whole lot of that 23B, but he's here now. The horns are up. 2 more to go for your leader, Tim Gill. I see a nice little 2-car battle going on flow between Chris Darling, the Wild Man, and Quentin Buchanan, but white flag is out for Tim Gill. Tim Gill and that Ohio Logistics number 06 coming off a turn number 4, and he is going to pick up the heat win. Second will be Brent Ayers. Third is Chris Darling, and fourth, and that final transfer spot is Quentin Buchanan. Fifth is Torbett. Sixth is DeCamp. Seventh is Krebs, and eighth is Timmy Borden Jr. There he is, everybody. Make some noise. The Ohio Logistics 06 of Tim Guild.
Thanks again to our series title sponsor, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, boasting more than a half century of providing the finest in screen printed and embroidered apparel. Based in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Bob Hilbert Sportswear specializing in the racing industry along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising option is a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and funds. Check Bob Hilbert Sportswear out on the web at bobhilbert.com or do some online shopping at bobhilbertshop.com.
Our third and final Nap and Slappy American Racer Sportsman qualifier is going to shake down like this. The 9G of Tyler Pete out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania, and the 87 of Colin Brown out of Corning. That's your front row. Row 2 is the 4R of Brian Rhodes out of Beaver Dams, and the 78 JR of Nigel Pendekoski out of Niagara Falls, Ontario. And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Nigel Pendekoski the guy that also races super modifieds at Oswego?
He very well could.
I believe. All right. Donnie Lawson in the 118 out of Addison, and Blake Parsons, your points leader, out of Beaver Dam in the 55. A lot of Beaver Dams guys. Andrew Clark, one-time feature winner here this year in the 20 car out of Dundee, and Bradley Morseman out of Cameron Mills in the 44. Our third and final American Racer Sportsman qualifier.
You know, tonight's event here is an American Racer Sportsman event here for Outlaw, not part of the series, Short Track Super Series, not sanctioning the Sportsman tonight, but our point leader in the Madison Overhead North region, Tyler Pete, is in this heat race. He's picked the pole position.
Yes, absolutely. Now, Blake Parsons and Dale Welty were up there, but then we missed a race to rain, and then we had a scheduled race off, and that hurt both of those guys. That hurt the modified guys in the points too. So hopefully once we get some races built back up, maybe they can get those get those spots back. But I'll tell you what, Jeff, that track doesn't have any business looking as good as it does.
Yeah, they did a nice job. And as you watch the sportsmen have been the bravest of the three classes on the track so far. They are really working it lower and lower and lower. They know there's some bite down there, and they're getting that track widened out.
Yes, they are, and get it ready now for feature time. You know what I'm saying? Here we go, man. 8 laps is the distance. The green flag flies, and Tyler Pete is going to hop out into that top spot. Brian Rhodes will be in second, and a nice little gaggle of cars, 3 wide, going down the backstretch and heading into turn number 3 and coming off and heading down the front stretch. It's the 78 junior of Nigel Pendekoski, and Donnie Lawson in that 4th and final transfer spot. But up front, you're looking at your leader, Tyler Pete. Like I said, one-time feature winner here. One of the we've got 8 out of 10 races with 8 different winners. Only one guy, and it's Garrett Shalat, not Tyler Pete. I was wrong. I was thinking something the other way, but it's Garrett Shalat. I'm kind of surprised that Garrett Shalat is not here, to tell you the truth. But Tyler Pete out in front by almost a full straightaway over Brian Rhodes. Brian Rhodes and then Pendekoski rounding out that top 3. But we're at the halfway point, 4 in, 4 to go. All right, here we go. And Andrew Clark in the SE20 is going to make his way off the racing surface over here in turn number 2 and head down Racer Road. Gap is 3.28. You can see a bunch of guys losing the front end in the turn, and that is a problem that I do not foresee existing by the time we get to the A mains. Tyler Pete out in front, Brian Rhodes second, third is Pendekoski, and in that 4th and final transfer spot is Donnie Lawson and Blake Parsons And there you see Ray K saying that, Tyler Pete, you're opening up as the white flag flies. One more to go for your leader, Tyler Pete, in the 9G. Rhodes, Pendakoski, and Donnie Lawson rounding out that fourth and final transfer spot. And it's going to be Tyler Pete. Tyler Pete will pick up the dub here in our third and final American Racer Sportsman qualifier. Brian Rhodes second, third is Pendakoski, and in that fourth and final transfer spot, Donnie Lawson, Blake Parsons, Bradley Morseman, Colin Brown, and Andrew Clark out early, halfway through this thing on lap 4. Everybody make some noise for your Heat 3 winner out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania in the 9G. It's Tyler Pete.
All right, Sportsman heats are complete. Thanks again to Sunoco Race Fuels, the largest manufacturer of racing gasolines in the world. Sunoco Race Fuels has a 40-year track record of winning performances with an expanded product line. Sunoco offering drivers more choices than ever before. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Sunoco Race Fuels is a proud sponsor to present the Short Track Super Series start and restart zone. You see those yellow signs, yellow banners up there in the corner, and the Sunoco checkered flag.
So real quick, run down your Sportsman heat winners: A.J. Lloyd, Tim Guild, and Tyler Pete. Now we've got 3 MR Graphics 4-cylinder qualifiers coming at you. Your points leader, Craig DeCamp, he's got 5 wins on the season out of Beaver Dams in the 22C, and the 21X of Mike Ayers out of Prattsburg. That's row 1. Row 2 is the 4X of Nick Brown out of Troopsburg, and the 113 of Nate Powers out of Pennellville, New York. I believe I said he's running 3rd in the points at Brewerton right now. And Zach Doherty, your reigning and defending 4-cylinder champion out of Elmira in the 22. And Coley DeCamp, your reigning and defending Youth Banditos champion from last year in the 9 car. And a quick note on as Big Sexy, the 2500 HD diesel from Friendly, makes its way off of the racing surface. Coley DeCamp, he had 6 out of 6 wins last year, and he was going for number 7, and he ended up losing it over here in turns 3 and 4 on last lap, or the second to last lap, and Dodd Smith ended up beating him. And then Dodd Smith's grandmother gives him a crisp, fresh $100 bill in victory lane.
Can't beat that, right?
You cannot beat that, Jeff. Green flag flies. We are underway. And to nobody's surprise, Craig DeCamp is going to jump out to that top spot. And it looks like Nate Powers out before he even gets to turn 1. But out in front, it's going to be Craig DeCamp. And Craig DeCamp, he just been a rocket ship. That 22C has been hooked up on a rail. And we've seen him a couple times come from the back of the pack after being handicapped and picking up the dub. Nick Brown runs 2nd. Jeff Doherty runs 3rd. And in the 4th and final transfer spot, that's going to be Mike Ayers. Mike Ayers, one of those guys in that 21X, just keeps trying to get better and better and better as time goes. Here comes Jeff Doherty, or Zach Doherty, my bad. Strike 1, Spazmat, trying to get to the inside of Nick Brown, and does so, I don't want to say with ease, but it really wasn't that difficult getting around him once he got to him on the backstretch. But there you see Craig DeCamp in that 22C well out in front. He won like the first 3 features, and then it took him about 3 weeks. I was picking on him last week. Bro, you probably forgot what my face looks like. It's been so long since you've been over here. But he's got that Mustang on a rail, and that 22C is a rocket ship right now. Zach Doherty running in 2nd at the halfway point, kind of closing that gap a little bit right now at 1.4. Nick Brown in 3rd, and in that 4th and final transfer spot is Mike Ayers in the 21X. And Coley DeCamp, like I said, the kid's only like 13, and he may not be the fastest guy out there, but the brother's keeping it pointed in the right direction. And you can clearly see that gap close. He picked up a half a second on him that last lap. It's now down to 0.93. Down to 0.93, so almost a half a second difference. Then Zach Doherty is coming. Zach Doherty's coming. It almost makes you wonder, is there something amiss on that 22C? Or is Zach Doherty just that hooked up? Because he did pull right up to his fuel cell there, going through 1 and 2. DeCamp looks to be able to pull him down the straightaways, but it looks like Doherty has the better handling car in the turns. So this is it. White flag is out. This will be the last set of our opportunities for Doherty, and he does pull up a long slide, but he cannot draw clear as DeCamp runs him back down going into turn 3. Final set of turns for Doherty. Can Doherty do it? It's a drag race. Doherty out in front. Zach Doherty is going to steal one. Zach Doherty steals one on the last set of turns. Doherty will pick up the dub. Second is Craig DeCamp. Third, Nick Brownin in the fourth and final transfer position. Mike Ayers in the 21X. Coley DeCamp, and then Nate Powers out after 1 lap. Everybody make some noise for the Wicked Tease number 22, Zach Doherty.
We said thank you to Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our series title sponsor, Sunoco, our official fuel. Now, American Racer Tires, known for their quality, durability, repeatability, and value. American Racer Tires, boasting a tradition of craftsmanship and innovation dating back to 1915. American Racer, race, win, repeat. Visit the official American Racer website at AmericanRacerOnline.com. All right. Heat number 2 of 3. Heat number 2 coming out for the 4 cylinders. Pass man.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff. 8 laps is the distance. A lot of 22s in the house today. That is the 46 of Brad Whiteside. Brad Whiteside out of Caledonia, and Marvin Jenkins out of Elmira. That's row 1. Jason Smart out of Branchport in the 8, and Ricky Van Zyl in the 40 out of Ithaca, row 2. The 19 of Lee Fritz, Shorty out of Rockstream, and Courtney Thomas out of Jasper in the 44M. 8 laps will be the distance. The top 4 transfer. The top 4 will transfer. Here we go. Come on now. Let's get to it. Ray K gives him the white flag, and we're about to go. Brad Whiteside. Have not seen Brad Whiteside here this year in 2026 to the best of my recollection, which is not saying a whole lot. Because, well, my memory's shot, folks. But I'm pretty sure we, nope, have not seen Brad Whiteside. And the Walton's Way Angus Beef Camerata Chiropractic Tyson's Upper Deck, number 46. And Ray K looks him over and says, let's go racing, and the white flag flies. 8 laps is the distance. Look at Marvin Jenkins, 3 wide for temporary coming off of turn number 2. Jenkins up top, Whiteside to meet in the middle, and Jason Smart down on the bottom. And we will have a 9-car hooligan for the modifieds. What's a hooligan, Spaz, man? It's just a cool speak for Concy. But out in front, Marvin Jenkins showing the way over Whiteside, and Jason Smart, former track champion back here in 2022, trying to find some forward bite. But I'll tell you what, this is not, it's becoming, but this is not the surface you want these street tires on. These are DOT tires. These are not racing tires. So they do not grip, even if the track is tacky. That you don't get anywhere near the same kind of grip that you would if you were running racing tires. Well, what's the difference? Compound and size, that's the difference. But anyway, Jason Smart closing the gap on Whiteside. Whiteside trying to close the gap on Jenkins. Runs it up top into Mark Minutlo over the shoulder line. And Jenkins does a nice job of slamming the door shut. Halfway point, 4 in, 4 to go. Jason Smart trying to work to the inside. Now you say to yourself, yeah, but they're all making the show. Why do they? They're racers. Racers want to win everything that they're in and everything that they do. Everything. Know what I'm saying? Here we go. 5 and 3 more to go for your leader, Marvin Jenkins. Whiteside runs second. Third is Jason Smart. In the fourth and final transfer position is the Flying Mennonite, Lee Fritz, also known as Shorty. Ray K says, Dos Mas. 2 more to go. The horns are up for your leader, Marvin Jenkins. But Marvin, you better get moving because Whiteside is right there. Another case where this one is the opposite. It looks like Jenkins is able to pull him going down the straights, but Jenkins is able to out-handle. Oh, here we go, going around the outside. Whiteside trying to make it happen. 1 more to go. Uno Mas, white flag is out for your leader, Marvin Jenkins. Jenkins, Whiteside, Smart separating themselves from the rest of the field. Here it is. Hey, Brad Whiteside, last chance, last ups, last at bats right here in this qualifier, and I don't think he's going to do it. Marvin Jenkins is going to hold on. Marvin Jenkins will pick up the dub. Second will be Whiteside. Third is Jason Smart. And in that fourth and final transfer spot, it's Lee Fritz. So Shorty gets it done. So Marvin Jenkins is going to pick it up. Let me see here. Come on now. There it is. Oh, didn't get any. So Marvin Jenkins is going to pick up the heat win. Last call for the 50-50. Oh, I don't know. Give me a minute. All right, take it away, Jeff.
All right, don't forget Short Track Super Series North Region title sponsor, High Torque of New York. Are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for all torque tools and industrial bolting needs. They offer rentals, sales, solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque wrench calibration and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook or X. Third and final heat race for the 4 cylinders. This is our final heat of the night. The modifieds still have a consolation. That'll be our final qualifying event of the night, and then we'll be ready for feature race action. Spazman.
All right, heat number 3 for the 4 cylinders. Colin Mills, a feature winner here out of Deposit in the 23X, and Nash Ford out of Bainbridge in the 87. That's row 1. Row 2 is Jack Ormsby out of Penn Yan in the 52J, and Austin Diaz out of Newfield in the 27. Kenny Evans out of Elmira, and Gavin Hall in the 63 round things out. Our third and final 4-cylinder qualifier. Thank you, sir. Is this last call? Yep. All right, last call for the 50-50. Last call for the 50-50. AJ and Mackenzie.
Now I'm in as well, Spazman, so it's not just you.
All right, Jeff's in too. Hey, do you want to, if I win, we share, you win, we share?
All right.
You want to go 50-50?
Yeah, we won't cut Earl in, no.
The heck with Earl, man. Oh, Earl's standing right there. I thought he was still, Wait, are those yours? Wait, whose are the, did you get those too? All right, here we go. 8 laps is the distance. Mills out in front. Nash Ford in the 87. Thank you. All right, Jeff trying to take my tickets.
You handed them to me.
Colin Mills out in front. Hey, we're having a good time up here in the box. Colin Mills out in front. Like I said, Colin Mills, a feature winner here this year in the 4 cylinders just a couple weeks ago, 2 races ago on June 12th. Colin Mills picking up the dub, and him and his teammate, they were rockets. They were fast. Nobody was touching either one of those Hondas. No question about it. But you got Nash Ford running second, Diaz, Ormsby, Evans, and Gavin Hall rounding out the field. And I could be wrong, but I believe this is our last qualifier, and we'll probably roll right into the modified consolation. Is that the plan, Jeff?
That is. We already discussed that while you were buying your ticket. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So talked about it without me knowing. All right, man. I'm used to that, bro.
Okay.
I'm used to that not being included in the conversation. I'm supposed to know what's going on. Colin Mills out in front. I know that's going on over the 87 of Nash Ford. What a racing name that is, Nash Ford. And then Kenny Evans running third. And fourth is going to be Jack Ormsby out of Penn Yan in that fourth and final transfer spot. It looks like the 88 is going to blow up over there. I believe the 88 is going to blow up, and the 88 is Kenny Evans. Kenny Evans driving the 88 out of Elmira today, and she done blowed up real good. She done blowed up. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, a couple more things here for the Dave Meshuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Bonus awards and sponsors. The American Racer Elias Tire bonus at every Short Track Super Series event. The drivers between 6th and 10th and also between 11th and 15th are entered into a drawing to win a certificate for a free American Racer tire courtesy of American Racer and regional distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more about American Racer distributor Elias Tire online at eliastire.net. And we mentioned earlier the ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero at every STSS event. For the modifieds, the fastest driver Dirt Draft Hot Laps gets a $100 bonus courtesy of ATL Fuel Cells. ATL located on Spear Road in Ramsey, New Jersey, on the web at atlinc.com, or give them a call at 201-825-1400 or email at atlinc.com or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or Instagram. We have some more bonuses we'll give you. Looks like we're ready to go back to green with 5 laps completed.
Hey, you know, Jeff, I got to give a shout out to Chris. Chris says, Spazman's a great race announcer on Flow, and I needed to hear that, man. But thanks, Chris. I appreciate you for tuning in. If you're picking on me, that's okay, and may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your armpits. But thank you very much if you're serious. I appreciate it very much. Here we go, man. Colin Mills out in front. We are having entirely too much fun up here now, man. All right, Nash Ford, and I like that name, Nash Ford. I'm trying to think of what would you name your son Nash after? Kevin Nash or?
I don't know. You have to ask his dad. He's back in the pits. He's Ronnie Ford, the promoter at Afton.
At Afton,
yeah,
all right. I thought, I was like, wait a minute now. I might know that name, but Colin Mills out in front. Check out this battle here in the 27 of Diaz. So that 27, that is usually Kenny Evans' car, but I did see him put on his Facebook page that there's going to be a guest driver. We just weren't sure which one, but Kenny, or I should say Diaz, Austin Diaz in that 27 out of Newfield. Picking up the checkered flag, coming down, it's going to be Colin Mills, no stranger to that checkered flag here at Outlaw Speedway. Second is Nash Ford, third is Diaz, and in that fourth and final transfer spot is Jack Ormsby. And then rounding out the field after Jack Ormsby, Gavin Hall and Kenny Evans. So there you go, Jeff. I could be wrong. All our qualifiers are in. Looks like we're going to roll right into the modified, as they call it, B feature.
Consolation. All right, here we go. On the pole, the 82S Will Shields. Outside of him, the 22 Jeff Doherty. Second row to the inside, the ONE, the 1 of Felix Waugh. And alongside of him, the 08 Rich Talada. Row 3 to the inside, the 9K will be Blaine Klinger. Outside of him, the 88 is Ron Cartwright Jr. Row 4 to the inside, the 23G Aiden Grover. Outside of him, the 47 is Craig Crooker. Final starting spot, driving the 27, that's TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Joe Crest back up top. We will be taking one more lap around here, I believe. Again, running the cars a little bit low there in the corners to make sure we're trying to work this down. Thanks to BA Custom Headers for the redraw bonus. Again, the BA Custom Headers redraw done back in the pits tonight. The STSS modified driver picking the worst number will receive $25, make that $50 courtesy of BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com. Henry's exhaust bonus. The driver finishing 11th at every STSS modified event receives a $50 certificate courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York. Like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems on Facebook to learn more. All right. We got a couple more bonuses we'll give you in a moment. Earl Hoon Jr. back in the booth. We're ready to go for our STSS Modified Consi. The final 6 cars will go to tonight's 50-lap Dave Meshuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown.
Who are going to be those final 6 drivers to make it into the feature? Joe Crest, Chief Starter, waves the green flag. We get underway here with the only B feature here tonight for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Great side-by-side start as we're keeping our eye on the 27 and Tanner Van Doren. He's starting to make his way up through the field as we have one lap in. Here's going to be the 22 of Jeff Doherty.
Doherty side by side down the back straightaway with Will Shields, two drivers that know their way around Outlaw very well. Shields on the bottom, Doherty's on the outside, side by side at the wire. Doherty still ahead.
That bottom side keeps coming in here throughout the evening at the Outlaw Speedway. I cannot wait to see what the 50-lap feature event has in store with us. Look at the run by Felix Waugh. Felix Waugh really solid right now as he runs in third. He pulled to the rear bumper of Shields, and now Waugh gets a little tight off turn 2.
Yeah, they were side by side for several laps, Doherty and Shields. Doherty now pulling out to about a 7-car length advantage, and now Felix Waugh in the one moving in to challenge for second with Will Shields. Blaine Klinger doesn't have a lot of modified laps under his belt, but he's running well. He's in fourth, and here comes TVD Tanner Van Doren after starting last. He's up to fifth.
Right now, got a great battle for that sixth and final transfer. Ron Cartwright in the 88 has it, but Aiden Grover in the 21G wants it. Great side-by-side racing as this time by Jeff Allen. They are going to come to the Troyer Dirt Cars, 2 to go.
2 laps remaining in our Short Track Super Series High Torque New York North Region Bob Wilbur Sportswear and Modified Consi. And now Felix Waugh will go to the inside and grab second away from Will Shields as they work down the back straightaway here. White flag, that was a Troyer Dirt Car, 2 to go. We'll get the Bears Performance Warehouse white flag, 1 to go for Jeff Doherty.
Doherty has a 2-second lead over the field as he will make his way into turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. Testing multiple lines out there so he knows what's the kind of setup he needs for the feature event as he will win consolation event for the Short Track Super Series. Felix Waugh finishing in second, Will Shields third, Blaine Klinger fourth, Tanner Van Doren at fifth. At the line, looks like it's going to be Ron Cartwright Jr. in the 88, finishing in that sixth and final transfer.
So there you go. Jeff Doherty had a little challenge midway through the race, but he holds on the 22 for the win. The 1 of Felix Waugh is second, 82S Will Shields third, the 9K Blaine Klinger fourth, 27 of Tanner Van Doren fifth, and the 88 of Ron Cartwright Jr. is your sixth and final qualifier. 24 drivers now set for tonight's 50 lap, 7,078 to win. The Dave Meshuggah Memorial using the number 78. That was Dave's number, saluting him. So 7,078 to win for tonight's 50 lap modified feature, which will be the next event. That'll be the first feature up tonight. Track crew's going to do a little work, I believe, on the racetrack, and then we'll come back with our 50 lap main event. We're going to step aside on FloRacing. You're watching the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown, Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series from Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York. We're back here at the Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York for the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown. The 50-lap modified feature is just around the corner as the track crew is finishing up a track prep. Some more bonuses for tonight's event. MD3 Most Laps Led Award. The driver leading the most laps at every STSS modified event receives a $100 certificate courtesy of MD3. The premier dirt racing body panels on the web at md3race.com. PEM Engineering third place bonus. The driver finishing third at every STSS modified event receives a certificate for a free PEM 650 series premium LW polished quick change gear set, a value of $159.95. Visit PEMRacing.com for more information. Penske Racing shock bonuses. The drivers finishing first, second, third, respectively, will receive certificates for $150, $100, and $75 respectively during the entire Short Track Super Series season, courtesy of Penske Racing Shocks of Reading, online at PenskeShocks.com. And Swift Springs Hard Luck Award. The Hard Luck Award recipient each night, selected by STSS officials, will receive a certificate for a free spring, courtesy of Swift Springs in Corona, California, on the web at swiftsprings.com. And again, 2 events for the Short Track Super Series coming up next week with the South Jersey Shootout for the Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds and Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. That'll be Tuesday night, July 14th. At the Kingdom of Speed, Bridgeport Motorsports Park in Bridgeport, New Jersey. And then 2 nights later, the rescheduled Firecracker 50 at the Fonda Speedway, Fonda, New York. That's July 16th. The STSS Modified High Torque in New York North Region Modifieds and STSS Madsen Overhead Door Sportsman North Region. Full details about the whole schedule at ShortTrackSuperSeries.com. That's where you get all the information. Following Fonda, we go to a week off, and then we go to Canada with the Lumberjack Swing, July 28th and 29th, Autodrome Granby and Lay RPM Speedway. August 5th, we go back to Action Track USA in Pennsylvania at the Kutztown Fairgrounds during the Kutztown Fair. And then August 25th, Middleford Speedway, first time ever. That'll be our 3rd different track in the state of Delaware. Middleford Speedway for the modifieds at Middleford, first time ever. And September 3, back to Ron Ford's Afton Motorsports Park. That's heading into Labor Day weekend for the Afton Action 50. September 17, 18, 19 will be the Fonda 200 weekend. We'll go to and step aside for a commercial break. When we come back, we'll give you the starting lineup for tonight's 50-lap Dave Meshuggah Memorial from the Outlaw Speedway.
And welcome back here to FloRacing as we are slowly getting the feature cars ready for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Outlaw Showdown. It is also the Dave Machuga Memorial here this evening. 50 laps will be the distance for the Short Track Super Series. As Jeff Island track crew out there putting some final touches. We have talked about it all evening long that we were about to get underway with a driver's meeting around 6 o'clock, and then Mother Nature had other plans for us. Probably rained for a good solid 20, 25 minutes and put us back behind schedule. But nonetheless, we thank all of you race fans for coming out here this evening, and we thank all of you race fans for sticking it out who are watching at home on FloRacing.
Yeah, and it was a shame that happened. It never poured, but it rained pretty significantly during that time period. But we had beautiful sunshine all day, and we had sunshine after it went through. But I think the brunt of the storm passed us by to the north. But thankfully, Tyler, Siri, and the crew had been working diligently, and some of the sportsmen and street stocks came out early to help roll the track in. All right, we're going to go and give you the starting lineup for tonight's 50-lap Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown Modified Feature. We'll start from the back and work our way toward the front. We qualified 24. We're starting 26. We've got a couple of provisionals thrown into tonight's starting lineup. Starting in row number 13, driving in the Christie Construction Valley Auto Center number 23G, that is Aiden Grover. And inside of him, driving out of Savona, New York, he is in the Northeastern Transformer Services number 47, Craig Crooker. Row 12 on the outside, 24th position, driving the Addison Eagles number 88 from Portageville, New York, will be Ron Cartwright Jr. And alongside of him, driving the Prime Design Landscapes, R.G. Hoffman Electric, Hoffman Discount Parts number 27 from Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Row number 11 on the outside, 22nd starting spot, the Klinger Power Sports number 9K from Walton will be Blaine Klinger. And alongside of him, he is driving in the Snow's Garage, Franklin Ag Services number 82S, hailing out of King Ferry, New York, that is Will Shields. 10th row outside, 20th position. He drives from Napierville, Quebec, driving in the Pale Racing number 1. Also, the Arcopel number 1 will be Felix Waugh. And alongside of him on the inside of row number 10, driving out of Elmira, New York, he drives in the Wicked Tees number 22, Jeff Doherty. 9th row, 18th position, driving out of Plessis, New York. He is in the Napa Auto Parts, Betts, Rossi, Bellinger, and Stewart Funeral Homes number 06. That is Jackson Gill. And alongside of him will be the boss man. He's got a lot of laps tonight between all the equipment and the race car. Driving the Outlaw Speedway, friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram number 5 star from Horseheads will be Tyler Siri. Row number 8, outside 16th position. He's driving in the McCullough Excavating Tallmadge Tire number 6P from Waterloo, Tommy Payne. And alongside of him, former track champion here, driving in the High Voltage Hills number 72, A.J. Patrobowski Jr. He's from Chittenango. Row 7 on the outside, 14th position. He is the veteran out of Genoa, New York, the Outlaw Speedway, friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram number 42P, the Genoa Giant Pat Ward. And alongside of him, he made the move from Sportsman to Modified Racing in the Steve General Contractor. Millen Woodworking number 10, Carl Comfort, Carl out of Penn Yan. Row number 6 to the outside, starting in position number 12. Known as Money Matt, he's from St. Catharines, Ontario, driving in the S&W Service Center, Becker Brothers Trucking, number 6. That is Money Matt, Matt Williamson. And to his inside, one of the track regulars here at the Speedway for many, many years, driving in the Comfort Experts, number 713 from Groton, that's Tommy Collins. Row 5, outside, 10th position. Driving from Canandaigua, already a feature winner here this season. He is in the Genic Big Creek Concrete number 70A will be Alex Payne. And alongside of him, his teammate here on Friday nights, driving in the Tim Gibson-owned number 27J. He's out of Phelps, New York, sponsored by Shackleton Auto and Truck Parts, Sunrise Installation, and Lane's Yamaha, the Doctor, Danny Johnson. Row number 4 to the outside, position number 8, also a feature winner here this season. Driving in the Mobile Diesel Equipment Repair St. Lawrence Radiology Weakneck Archery 7mm will be Michael Maresca from Baldwinsville. And alongside of him, driving the Barty Moravic Water Wells, Blake Equipment number 70, He hails out of Dundee, a local driver here, Brady Foltz. Row 3 to the outside, starting position number 6. Former New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region champion and the current High Torque New York North Region point leader. Driving out of Covington Township in the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Gary Simpson Contracting, 84Y, the two-time Fonda champion Kid Rocket, Alex Jankowski. And alongside of him, driving in the 19W, another track regular here out of York, New York, will be Justin Wright. Row number 2 to the outside, 4th position, driving out of Walden, New York. He is in the Bobby Henschel-owned Advanced Concrete number 4, Anthony Perego. And alongside of him, driving out of Goshen, New York in the Shoeback Sod Farm, number 15N, Daniel Morgevitz. Your front row here tonight for the Dave Meshuggah Memorial, driving the International Hot Rod Association, number 9S, also sponsored by Westmoreland Golf Club. He's out of Savannah, New York, the defending High Torque New York champion, 3-time Outlaw champion in his career, Matt Shepard. And alongside of him, starting from the pole position tonight, he's a veteran out of Johnstown, New York, former Fonda Speedway track champion, driving in the Outlaw Speedway, friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram number 18V, Bobby Varin. That is the starting grid, 26 strong for tonight's Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown here at Outlaw Speedway for the Short Track Super Series. First, I'm going to ask Earl a question, then I'll ask Spazman a question. Earl, it looks like we're finally going to get to have a feature in here in the High Torque North Region since Lebanon Valley.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This will be the second race completed for the High Torque New York North Region with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Can Alex Jankowski go 2 for 2 on the season in a High Torque of New York North Region, or are we going to have a new face in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane a long time from now? 50 laps the distance. If we get a long green flag run, this track is going to go through a transition phase. And also, by the way, guys, I got a feeling that lap traffic is also going to be a storyline.
And it always does if we get into a long green stretch here at Outlaw. Spazman, all right, you've seen who all has won this year. They've sort of been dividing it up a little bit among 3 or 4 guys.
They have been, but I think anytime you put Super Matt on the outside of the front row, he's going to be tough to beat. He's just got to keep all 4 tires underneath him.
Well,
he's had a history of tire issues, and
yes.
and we can argue, you know, why and what, but I think an Outlaw homie is going to win this thing, and I'm saying I'm going to go with Matt Shepard. I just think that tires are going to be a big concern for him, as always.
You got Matt Shepard, a winner this year, Danny Johnson, Alex Payne, Michael Maresca. They've all won multiple times this year. So your point leader entering the next regular program, Matt Shepard over Alex Payne, Mike Maresca, Danny Johnson, and Jeff Doherty, your top 5. So I guess you can say that, you know, some of the series regulars are actually happen to be Outlaw regulars tonight. So it could be an interesting what happens here at the end of 50 laps.
It could. Don't sleep on Justin Wright or Brady Foltz. Both of them have been. Justin Wright has come back, you know, like a storm, dude. He has stormed back into the situation here at Outlaw, and he's been a lot of fun, and he's not underpowered, but he's definitely underfunded. He doesn't have a lot of names and decals and stickers on that 19 car, but one way or the other, the winner of this race is going to be us, the people who get to watch it, because I think we're looking at a Race of the Year candidate. There is a lot of firepower up in the front of this group of cars, and yeah, she's going to be a good one, Jeff.
We've seen that, and has proven it time and time again here at Outlaw. 8 previous runnings. 3 for Stuart Friesen, 3 for Matt Shepard, 1 for Corey Costa, and 1 for Steve Payne. Those are the previous winners here at Outlaw Speedway. Entering the night again, the finish from the King of Spring, Lebanon Valley Speedway is your current point standings for the North Region. Alex Jankowski, Mark Johnson, Matt Shepard, Anthony Perego, Alex Payne, the top 5. So things will jostle around just a little bit, Earl, as we go finally into race number 2 for the High Torque North Region.
We're also going to have a lot of movers and shakers in this one, because a couple drivers I'm going to keep my eye on will look outside row number 10. A fantastic driver from north of the border, Felix Waugh. I got a feeling he is going to make a solid run in this feature event. Oh, by the way, how about driver starting 12th in this one? Money Matt Williamson. He needs no introduction here in the Northeast corridor of the great US of A in a modified competition. We all know the great success he has, especially here in the 2026 racing season. So I got a feeling Money Matt Williamson is going to have something to say when we come to the conclusion of 50 laps.
Yeah, not only that, Matt does run well here in limited appearances. All right, Varon and Shepard, Morgevitz and Perego, Wright and Jankowski, Fultz and Maresca, Danny Johnson and Alex Payne, the first 5 rows, Tommy Collins, Matt Williamson, Carl Comfort, Pat Ward, AJ Patrobowski, Tommy Payne, Tyler Seary, Jackson Gill. We got one stopped here in the front, and that's the doctor, Danny Johnson, Spaz, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there with the 27J. Had to have a push. Does not look to be up to power. And we'll have to keep an eye on that 27J. I believe he's at 609. I don't know if he's at 609 or 610, but not bad for a 66-year-old guy.
That is for sure. What a career he has had. As we said, Hall of Fame driver to Dr. Danny Johnson.
Yes. A lot of Johnsons in Hall of Fame.
Yes.
But like you and I were talking, we got to watch them. We got to watch Danny and Alan and Jack. Unbelievable.
Yep. All right, folks, get ready. Get ready to go. They're getting the signal. We're going to salute you for your great patience tonight, waiting out the rain and the track prep. And now we got all the heat races in. The first feature of the night for the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown, remembering a great man, a fabricator and a driver, Dave Machuga, as you saw his Orange Blossom Special Outback earlier tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, behind the friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Pace Truck, here come the Mighty Modifieds. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get out of your seat and on your feet. Time to get out something white or something bright, something red off your head, something green that can be seen. Wave it for your favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, the stars and cars of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Fireworks going off. We're back to the 4th of July again. All right, we saw a lot of good fireworks on the 4th of July. All right, whoever your favorite driver is, we don't know who it is. You know who your favorite is. We hope he does well. If you don't have one, you got 26 choices out there tonight to pick one.
Jack Burgess always said you got to have a favorite.
Yeah, that is exactly right. All right, here we go. 2 veterans up front, Bobby Varon and Matt Shepard, then Dan Morgevitz and the 4 of Anthony Perego. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the 9th running, the 2026 edition of the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown here at the Outlaw Speedway. Get ready to watch them now, ladies and gentlemen. It's post time now. The Mighty Modifieds are ready to go racing. Watch them now as the Modifieds are ready to rumble.
And the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown gets underway here in Dundee, New York. Bobby Varon, he will set the early pace down the back straightaway. They go. Great side-by-side battles as we come off of turn number 4 to complete lap number 1. They're still side-by-side. Who's going to lead it? By nose, it's going to be Bobby Varon over Anthony Perego.
Varon and Perego going at it. Perego got by Shepard, dropping him back to 3rd. Morgevitz is in 4th spot as they head into the turn. Great battle up front. It's still side-by-side. Bobby Varon leads the way.
Well, Perego still bringing that bottom side to light, pulls alongside Varon as Varon let the right rear hang over the edge just a little bit. Side by side once again for the top spot. Here comes Perego trying to take the short way around Bobby Varon, and he will lead lap number 3.
Yeah, by a car length out the wire. Oh, Varon almost going off the racetrack into the pits. That is a costly error. He may stop for a caution, and we will get it. Oh, baby. What an unbelievable turn of events. Bobby Varon battling for the lead, and he skated right off the edge of the racetrack there on the top of turn 1 and 2. Stopped on the backstretch, drew the caution. Oh, man, not what Bobby Varon wanted to do.
When he comes around here off of turn number 4, we will look on the right side of the 18V of Varon to make sure he does not have a tire going down, and I believe he does, as he will come into your screen right now. Varon has a right rear flat on the 18V, so he is going to make his way out into the hot pit area to come to the attention of his crew, but luckily only 3 laps down. They'll be able to change that right rear tire. He'll tag the tail and he'll be able to make his way up through.
That explained why he skidded up the racetrack and almost off the racetrack. He was off the track. The right rear tire gave up on him on lap number 3 while he was battling with Anthony Perego for the number 1 spot. All right, here's a FloRacing American Racer replay. Perego makes the pass for the lead coming out of 4, going down into 1. Varon set the car up for the outside, and the car just went away from him as the tire exploded going into turn 1, and he did a great job to save it.
So you can see Varon able to come to the attention of his crew inside the Can-Am off-road hot pit. So they will be granted their laps to change that right rear tire. But how about it? Anthony Perego looking pretty strong right now, Spazman, in the 4.
I think it's kind of ironic that Anthony Perego is the beneficiary of a flat tire, whereas he was a victim of, wasn't it the only caution that we had? Was it last year? Wasn't that Perego that got the flat tire very early, like first or second lap, and then we finished the rest under green? It's just, you know, the drama in racing sometimes writes itself. You don't need a Hollywood writer. No. I'll tell you what, Anthony Perego, one of these guys that says I can't do this full time anymore, and we can sit and talk about the reasons why. Now he's out here leading at a track that it's tough to lead at, dude.
All right, we got Perego and Shepard, row 1, Morgevitz and Jankowski in row 2, Maresca and Payne in row number 3. We're ready to go back to racing action. Varon able to get his tire change. He's back out on the speedway. 50 green flag laps. We've got 3 completed. Back to restart.
Perego gets back on the loud pedal. Great side-by-side start when they got into the snow cone restart zone in 4. Shepard tries to make some hay, working the outside at 1 and 2. How about the 84Y of Alex Jankowski? Jankowski looks down low and Matt Shepard tries to take that bottom side away, but Shepard has a run on the leader, Perego.
Once again, somebody made ground on the restart. That was Jankowski. Now we got Morgevitz battling with Payne and Maresca. Those two are back to battling one another after that heat race skirmish into the turn. Payne and Maresca side by side. Here comes Perego with the lead.
So right now, Perego is your early leader. Matt Shepard running in 2nd, Jankowski in 3rd, Daniel Morgevitz in 4th, and Mike Maresca rounds out the top 5.
Motoring into the turn, Perego's mixing it up low on one end, high on the other end. Matt Shepard trying to do whatever he can to keep pace with Anthony. Jankowski dropping back off their pace a little bit. He's in 3rd. We've got another caution flag on the back straightaway over there in turn number 3. That is Jackson Gill. Jackson Gill, who is a new Fonda regular this season, rolling to a stop on the back straightaway. The Betts, Rossi, Bellinger, and Stewart Funeral Homes, Napa Auto Parts. BDR feed number 06. We'll see what the problem is on his race car. Safety team is over there already talking to Jackson. Well, the restart has proved very interesting the last 2 times with guys gaining positions, and Jankowski was the one who gained on that one as he moved up to 3rd. How about Daniel Morgevitz? Boy, he has shown some great poise, great speed all night long tonight. He's been right up there during his heat race, got a good draw for the redraw in the feature, right up in the top thick of things right now. Just recently picking up that win at the Accord Speedway. He's been a faithful follower on the Short Track Super Series for a number of years. He's really got things going for him right now. Payne and Maresca, row 3. Then we've got Williamson and Fulton, row 4. Pat Ward and the Dr. Danny Johnson. Wow. How many years of experience is in that row? Ward and Danny Johnson, along with the feature wins and track championships. How about it, Spazman?
I was just going to say, Morgevitz is he's in hot fight. He's on the hot seat. He's on the hot seat, man. He's got a lot he's got to chase down, but he's got just as much in Alex Payne, Mike Maresca, Williamson, and the Doctor. You can't throw Ward or Fultz under the bus. Whew, it's going to be tough.
It is. All right.
It's going to be tough.
6 laps on the record book. And the friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Pace truck heading off will get ready for a green flag when they hit the Sunoco starting zone. Joe Chris giving them the signal we're going to go next time. So Anthony Perego picking the bottom lane. Matt Shepard on the outside. And then we got Alex Jankowski and Danny Morgevitz in row number 2. 6 laps still early on here at the Outlaw Speedway Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Here they come.
So Perego gets back on the loud pedal right now. Shepard hangs with him in the turns number 1 and 2. Shepard has a run to the outside. They're still side by side down the back straightaway.
Wheel to wheel into the turn. Shepard high, Perego low. Anthony driving in extra hard, trying to keep Shepard at bay, side by side off the turn. And right now they're very close to the wire. Perego still has the edge.
Perego not so fast, my friend Shepard. You're going to have to take it out of my hands right now, but still Shepard looking very strong, working the top side of the racetrack as the top 2 really starting to break away from the rest of the field.
And they're going at it hard, and so is Alex Jankowski and the 6 of Williamson. Williamson was the big gainer in that last restart. Down the back straightaway, Alex Payne and Mike Maresca are going at it, but we've got a caution here in the front for the 72 of AJ Piotrowski Jr. Steam coming out of his race car, and that will bring out the caution with 8 laps in the record books. Wow. Just behind the battle for the lead, we had another battle as Williamson gained a couple of spots. He was battling with Jankowski, and a great battle still going on between Maresca and the 70 of Alex Payne.
Remember, Matt Williamson was one of my drivers to watch. He started in the 12th position when the field came to green. He has already made his way up into the top 3. Still a long, long way to go in this one, but things are really starting to get interesting.
Carl Comfort heads into the hot pit zone in that number 10 car. I just want to throw out a little bit of trivia, if I can, about Petro, AJ Piotrowski. He is the only modified driver to be both the Rookie of the Year and the track champion, and that was back in 23 and 23 or 22. But he was the youngest champion for 2 years. Until Alex Payne came along and won his track title in 24. So it was 22 that Petro was the champion. Alex Payne was younger by just a handful of days. It took me a while to figure all that out, but Alex Payne is the youngest. Thanks for letting me throw that in there.
Great to see the young drivers doing so well here at Outlaw, Earl.
I do apologize. Matt Williamson has made his way up into P4 right now, but still, what a great run early on here. As when the green flag comes out, they will get it when they come back to the Sunoco restart zone in turn 4. But Anthony Perego showing some great speed right now early on.
So Carl Comfort back out of the pits after being on the Can-Am off-road hot pit. So Perego has been committed to the bottom, and Shepard, he tried really hard on that last restart. I'm sure he's going to try it again. Jankowski, Williamson, Maresca, and Payne next in line as we get ready for the restart. Behind them, we got Pat Ward and Daniel Mergevitz. Danny dropped back a couple of spots. Here we go. Ready for the restarts. 8 complete.
So Joe Chris waving the green flag as we get back underway here at Outlaw Speedway. Another fantastic restart by Shepard, trying to find some bite there off for turn number 2, but Perego smooth and straight right down on the bottom. Side by side behind them between Alex Jankowski and Matt Williamson as Jankowski washes high. Here comes Alex Payne, looks down low.
Payne got by Maresca, and now we got Pat Ward doing likewise. And now Williamson moving by Jankowski after a lap and a half of battling. And Shepard still ringing the rim here at Outlaw. And Perego's on the bottom now. Shepard switched to the bottom that time as they go at it for the number 1 spot. Pat Ward still battling now with the 70 of Alex Payne, followed by the Dr. Danny Johnson.
Alex Payne will roll right on the bottom side in turns number 3 and 4. Ward's gonna follow him through. You see they are nose to tail at the start-finish line. Here comes the 42 of Pat Ward once again, trying to find some bite down low.
Down the back straightaway now, we've got the top 2 breaking free just a little bit here in top 3. Now as Williamson moves in on Shepard looking for second spot. Right now the 84 of Jankowski, we've got one slowing in turn 3. We'll bring out another caution. That is Ron Cartwright Jr. and the Addison Eagles number 88 brings out the yellow on lap number 12. So very uncharacteristic here at Outlaw. We've had a rash of early cautions. Sometimes we have 1 or 2, and the year of Steve Payne, I think we might have went nonstop that season.
I think you went nonstop, but it's almost like it's a feast or famine situation. But it is nice to see Ron Cartwright Jr. back at Outlaw Speedway. He's been having his own problems with the 2B car. So Herb Wright has had a whole bunch of different drivers in that 88, from Brady Fultz, Dalen Johnsons to Tommy Collins to now Ron Cartwright Jr. Corey Costa, I believe, won in that car. No, was it the 88 that he won at Woodhull? I can't remember. I'm not sure. But having a brain freeze. But it obviously stinks to see him under the current situation, but it is nice to see him back here competing at 82 Main.
Guys, I want to let you know with 38 laps to go, Anthony Perego has 11 wins with the Short Track Super Series. It's been 2 years since the last time he parked it in Bucknell Racing Products Victory Lane. His last victory with us came back at Airborne Park on May 30th, 2024. A driver that's still sticking with him, Matt Shepard, on these restarts. He sits on top in the P1 position on the all-time win list with 59 career wins with STSS.
And he's close to being up there with Steve Payne in total wins here at Outlaw, Dundee, Yates County, with, at 82 Main. But
all right, here we go. Ready into the Sunoco starting zone, and we've got a green down the straightaway. Shepard again to the outside, and Perego out of the corner. And here they go down the back. Williamson battling with the 84 of Jankowski, and now the 70 of Alex Payne joins the battle.
2 by 2. They come down to complete another lap. 13 are in. Here comes another run by Matt Shepard. You see the 78 of Alex Payne trying to take that 4th spot away from Alex Jankowski. Jankowski working the cushion. They're off of turn number 4. But Alex Payne's machine is hooked up as the caution flag waves. Tanner Van Doren comes to a stop there on the back straightaway.
Earl, I just wanted to throw it out there. I do believe that is Alex Payne that has a right rear quarter panel flapping in the wind there. Something's wrong with it. I don't know if it's flapping or not, but I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look as they come around. Something is amiss on the right rear of that car, unless I'm seeing things.
Tanner Van Doren with a right rear tire, not completely flat, but almost flat. He's in the Can-Am Off-Road Hot Pit. Yes, Alex Payne. His sail panel came loose.
The sail panel. Now, Earl, I know you're a big fan of sail panels. How does seeing that sail panel askew like that affect you?
I'm loving this. But you got to think about Alex Payne to know if he actually knows he has the damage, because you think that is going to affect the handling here on that car.
It certainly would, but I'm going to go on record as saying that he knows, because if he didn't, somebody has given him the hand signal. I mean, there's the doctor, one of his teammates here. I know that he's told him. Somebody has told him, if he hasn't figured it out on his own, that something's wrong. I think the biggest thing is less than handling is that going to stay on the car, or is it going to come apart?
We'll find out. Maybe they forgot to put a Zeus button or something in there, a couple of them, but could be some contact with another car may have created that. All right, 13 down, the courtesy laps here for the right rear tire on the Tanner Van Doren car. TVD out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, one of the young drivers on the Short Track Super Series. Right now, we've got Perego and Shepard. Shepard will get another shot at Perego in the front row. Williamson and Jankowski have been battling for that 3rd and 4th spot. As you mentioned, teammates here on a Friday night, Alex Payne and Danny Johnson in row number 3. How about the ageless wonder Pat Ward battling there with Michael Moreska in row number 4? And then we got Tommy Payne into the top 10. He is in position number 9. And alongside of him, Jeff Doherty in the 22. So that's your top 10 as we get ready for a restart here. They'll get down to the Sunoco starting zone in turn number 4. Looks like we might have one more lap here. They are working on the lineup or something here. We're in a separate booth here than the timing and scoring. Don't forget our next Short Track Super Series race next week, Tuesday, July 14th at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park. That's the South Jersey Shootout. 2 nights later, we come back north to the Fonda Speedway for the rescheduled Firecracker 50. That is on Thursday, July the 16th, before we go to the Lumberjack Swing at Autodrome Granby and Les RPM, July 28th and 29th. All right. Earl, looks like the white flag is coming out.
So the lineup is good. Chief starter here with the Short Track Super Series. Joe Chris going to let the field know that we are going to go green next time by Anthony Perego. Has been absolutely brilliant on these restarts, but still Matt Shepard showing he has speed in the 9S. And Matt Williamson, he's trying to spoil this great battle for the lead. See what Jankowski has as well. Oh, by the way, we'll keep the eye on the damage on the sail panel on Alex Payne on the right side as the field approaches the Sunoco restart zone. Once again, we get back underway.
Here's the green as they charge into turn number 1. Parego again on the bottom, and Shepard tries the outside. This time Anthony's got a great run off of turn number 2. See if Shepard will try the outside again. Williamson and Jankowski and Alex Payne. Whoa!
Wow, a little bit of contact there. We saw that happen on the back straightaway between Payne and Jankowski. Now Jankowski is losing positions right now, and your leader is off the pace. Anthony Parego off the pace in the turns number 3 and 4 as the caution flag waves. Oh no, Parego off the pace. Something going awry on the 4. I don't see any flat tires
left
on
side.
The right side. And yes, indeed, Jeff Allen looks like he has a left rear flat.
If not a flat, a suspension issue. I don't know if that tire's completely flat or not, but all of a sudden he made an abrupt right-hand turn. We got Will Shields stuck on the apron on the back straightaway with the 82 as the field was scrambling as the 2 leaders got hooked together coming into the turn.
And right now, Alex Jankowski and Alex Payne not really happy with each other. Look at that. They had contact there on the restart where Jankowski lost wholesale spots right now, but luckily the yellow coming out to where he's going to be able to start up there.
Yeah, because Pat Ward had actually gotten past him while that little skirmish was going on, but we did not get back around to score the next lap. Stuck in gear here. Here is an American Racer replay. Well, we thought we were having one.
I think there was significant contact between Matt Shepard and Anthony Parego. So I think that Shepard is kind of blessed that he didn't cut something himself. And I'm just going to say that Alex Payne is motivated.
All right, see if they can get us one more look at that. Here it is. One more look as they were heading down the back straightaway. Payne and Jankowski got together.
Now look what Jankowski does. He drives real deep in the turns 3 and 4 and washes back up in the Payne. As we'll try to bring that replay back to you one more time. But
for the
drama. This was the initial contact on the back straightaway. Then look at this run by Payne. Drives real deep into turns 3 and 4. Beep, beep, honk, honk. Here I am. And Alex Payne, I got one coming to you.
Alex Jankowski.
I think they call that a receipt.
Yes.
I think, and in wrestling, we would call that a receipt, my brother.
All right. So Matt Shepard now takes over the number 1 spot, and alongside of him will be Matt Williamson.
Wow.
Matt and Matt. Then Payne and Jankowski, the 2 new friends. Then we got Ward and Maresca out of the corner, back to green.
3 wide, more contact between Payne and Jankowski. Payne runs Jankowski up above the cushion. Oh my, all hell is breaking loose right now here at Outlaw Speedway.
We got a battle for the lead in turn number 4. Look at this, coming down the straightaway. Yellow is out. Williamson driving past Shepard for the lead out of turn 4. And we've got 4 cars piled up over here in the corner. We got Wright, we got Tommy Payne, we got Morgevitz. Let's see what happens back here.
Danny Johnson, I believe, my brother.
Jankowski made his way back up the Payne in a hurry, but luckily this yellow comes out. So Jankowski's going to get his start, his position back, come on this restart. Oh my, what is happening here on the Outlaw Showdown?
Yeah, Alex Payne said, excuse me, going into turn number 1. And Alex...
we've got debris up here in turn number 1.
Alex Jankowski almost was out on the road here in turn number 1.
I believe that is the sail panel on the top in turns number 1 and 2 from Alex Payne's machine. So we will get safety officials to the top side in turns 1 and 2 to retrieve that debris. But yes, that is the sail panel that we were talking about on the right side of Alex Payne's machine has officially come off as the work continues here at the accident scene in turn 4.
Everybody's driving away from the accident scene except for the Dr. Danny Johnson. His front end is collapsed. We did not see all the action over there in the corner. We were watching Williamson battle with Shepard and take the lead out of turn number 4. And That did not count because we didn't get back to score the lap with all the mayhem going on behind them. Here's a replay of the turn 1 mayhem. Alex Payne and Alex Jankowski getting together, and when they got together going into 1, that's what ripped the rest of the sail panel off, and Jankowski did a great job to save that car.
Tommy Payne.
Tommy Payne and Danny Johnson got together, and then Morgevich spun into the action, and so did Justin Wright. Tommy Payne and Danny Johnson got together there.
No comment. I got to deal with these guys every week.
And the doctor got his last shot in there after the spin around before his front end collapsed. That's what collapsed his front end.
Absolutely.
So, guys, officially, I think it's safe to say that the Can-Am Off-Road Hot Pit is quite busy right now there off of turn number 2.
Can we say the gloves are off?
The gloves are officially off.
They've been off, Jeff. They've been off for a while. But, it's fun. It's fun.
Here we got another replay, another American Racer replay. Jankowski and Payne and Maresca and Pat Ward benefited from that. But, of course, that was all negated by the caution. They were 4 wide in that corner.
I mean, I want to bring this replay back one more time. I mean, just look how deep Alex Payne drives in the turn 1. Now, we mentioned about the rain. It may be still a little slimy on the entry point in the turn 1, hence why Payne washed out into Alex Jankowski. But still a lot of drama in this feature event between those two drivers.
There is a lot. I'm just going to say I think Alex was trying to get rid of that sail panel. He knew that if he rubbed off on Alex just a little bit, that it would...
All right, Shepard is back on the point. The Williamson pass negated by the caution. Then we've got Payne and Jankowski in that second row with Pat Ward and Michael Maresca. Next in line is the boss man. He moves up a few spots now. Tyler Seary. He's on the inside of row number 4. Ready to go racing here. Back to the Sunoco starting zone. See if we can get the boys to settle down a little bit and give us some more good racing. Here they come.
These restarts have been very wild. What happens in the turns number 1 and 2. There goes Jankowski to the outside of Alex Payne. He'll move into 3rd. Here comes Matt Williamson with a run on Matt Shepard. They drag race in the turns number 3 and 4. Do we have a new leader? Yes, we do. It's going to be Matt Williamson.
Williamson using the outside lane to go around Shepard. Shepard fighting back on the inside. Drag racing down the back straight over now. Jankowski comes out of that 4-car battle. He is now 3rd. He's moving in now on Shepard, and now Williamson will open up a little daylight.
By the way, Mike Maresca, he has made his way into the top 5, trying to drive underneath Alex Payne for that 4th position. They are dead even down the back straightaway.
Into the turn, we got Payne battling with Maresca now as they work into the corner as Jankowski secured 3rd, moving in on Shepard for 2nd. Payne, Jankowski, then Pat Ward, Tyler Seary, and look who's behind Seary. Bobby Varron in the 18 after that first lap tire issue. Bobby Varron now. The teammates are all together there in the top 10.
And already, Matt Williamson, the leader, can start to see slower traffic just in front of him right now. Here comes another run by Alex Payne on Alex Jankowski. Payne, that car is really working well to the top side of this racetrack.
Here they come right now. Money Matt leads the way. The S&W Service Center number 6 working out of the turn.
Whoa, Payne above the cushion in turn 2.
He almost went to the pits and he didn't want to that time. He saved it. Nice job heading into the turn.
Same thing happened when he gave up that race to Corey Costa.
Yeah.
That was the same thing.
All right, out of the turn right now. Jankowski battling down the back straightaway now with a 7mm of Michael Maresca as they charge into the turn. Williamson with a little lap traffic ahead of him is your leader. Oh, the 19 of Justin Wright has a problem. Looks like he's going pit side. And Daniel Morgevich limping down the back. See if he clears or if we have a caution. Yellow is on. Daniel Morgevich looks like he has a left rear tire going soft, not completely flat. And the 19 Justin Wright, probably both of them having after effects of that mishap down there in turn number 3 and 4. 21 down, we're almost to halfway. As we said, very uncharacteristic having some of these extra cautions here tonight, but sometimes when the track is fast, this happens. And we've got Matt Williamson wrestling the lead away from Matt Shepard. Jankowski now 3rd. Williamson, Maresca is in 4th spot, and Alex Payne is in 5th. Then the teammates are all together. The Outlaw Speedway cars are all right there. We've got Pat Ward, Tyler Seary, and Bobby Varon on his way back through after the flat tire early on, and Felix Waz right behind them.
My goodness, the storylines are plentiful here in this one. Oh, by the way, Matt Williamson sits 5th on the all-time win list with the Short Track Super Series with 9 victories. He was able to get a win with us back on August 5th of last year at Mohawk.
All right. That's when he swept that Northern weekend, or not weekend, but back-to-back shows.
Yes.
Did either one of you ever go to Mohawk when it was Frogtown?
No.
I swear I think there was a stump in turn number 3 back when I was wrenching for Alan Johnson in the mid-90s.
Okay.
I don't know. But, man, what a place. What a place.
Oh, very racy.
It's also wild. It's right there on the res. It's wild to hear native individuals doing the calling. It's really cool. It's really cool.
Absolutely.
It is.
We had fun time there, a couple of seasons back to back.
That's awesome.
All right, here we go. Williamson and Shepard, Matt and Matt, once again in row number 1. Double file restarts continuing here in our Short Track Super Series event. Jankowski, Maresca, Payne next in line with Tyler Seary, then Pat Ward and Danny and Bobby Varon. Here they come.
So we get back underway. Here comes a run by Shepard. Points the car down the hill. Does he try to go above Williamson? No. They'll follow in the turns number 3 for Maresca. Now peeks to the outside of Alan Jankowski. They are 2 by 2.
Here comes Maresca. Double M to the outside. Michael Maresca around Alex Payne. He's moving in now on Alex Jankowski. Down the back straight. We got 2 Matts and 2 Alexes up front. Here they come, working out of the turn. Maresca sweeping to the top side. He's got Jankowski.
Maresca has found something right now as he goes down low to block his position. 3-car battle for that third spot between Michael Maresca, Alex Jankowski, and Alex Payne.
Right now, Williamson opening up a little daylight as the leader. Right now, we've got Maresca now moving in on Shepard with Jankowski and Payne battling again. And we've got another caution here in turn 4. A car limping down, don't tell me. Bobby Varon, now the left rear, is giving him a problem, and he is going to roll to a stop here. It may not be a tire, it might be suspension issue. All the way back into the top 10. He was the first car to have a problem here on lap 3 of the feature. Went to the back end of the pack and came all the way back up into the top 10, only to have another problem. 24 down. We are 1 lap from halfway.
This is looking like a battle of attrition.
I hope not.
Almost like a last man standing situation here for one reason or another.
Yeah, that's why I said uncharacteristic. We've had these number of cautions here tonight at Outlaw, but the track has a super amount of bite in it tonight. And all the extra work, running those extra laps between each heat race with the field, trying to get that pushed down, and then he came out and worked on it in that little break before the feature. And the track is coming around quite nicely from what we saw early on. How about it, Earl?
No doubt about it. So we are 1 lap shy of the halfway point for the Outlaw showdown here at Outlaw Speedway in Dundee, New York. Seems like about every 8-9 laps we get a caution, so maybe we'll stay green the rest of the way in this one. But still, remember, Matt Williams started in the 12th position for the initial green flag. Still a long way to go. Shepard still hanging with him. Michael Maresca right there. Alex Jankowski also looking good in the 84 wide. Don't sleep on Alex Payne, regardless if he has a missing sail panel on the right side as well.
Yeah, how about that? We were watching all of the different battles going on up front. We said Williamson was moving up, but he got the BA Custom Headers redraw bonus money for picking the worst number. He got number 12, and it didn't seem to phase him any with the field getting regrouped a couple of times, and he has powered his way into the number 1 position, and he passed a bunch of cars, Earl, to get to that spot.
Guys, if I might, I would just like to remind everybody that we will be dark tomorrow. No racing here at 82 Main due to racing today. We'll be back next Friday for a Fast 5 show. And Fast 5 show, modified sportsman, street stocks, 4 cylinders, and hobby stocks.
So the lineup is good. We're going to come back to green at the Sunoco restart zone in turn 4. Matt Williamson will be able to fire any time in that area, as he will get back on the throttle right now. We get back underway.
Here's the green. Williamson and Shepard. Shepard again will go to the outside. Williamson powers off the bottom and slides up across to block him off as they head down the back straight. Now Jankowski knocking on Shepard's back door. Then Maresca, Payne now battling to hold on to position. They battle off the corner. Alex Payne battling now with Tyler Seary and Pat Ward.
Tyler Seary trying to take that 5th spot away, but now he has to fight off his teammate, the 42P of Pat Ward, as those drivers are running 6th and 7th right now. The only driver inside the top 10 working the outside is going to be the 7mm of Michael Maresca. Maresca trying to bring that top side back to life.
Yes, he is. He had been up a couple of more notches, but following that restart, he ended up dropping back one. Maresca now battling with Jankowski. Payne is right there and are only 2 steps behind Matt Shepard. Maresca again to the outside down the back straightaway.
Maresca still putting that right rear up high in turns 1 and 2, but works the bottom in turns number 3 and 4. Payne still to the rear bumper. Look at this great 3-car battle almost for the runner-up side, because they have Matt Shepard right in front of them.
Down the backstretch, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all together now into the turn, and it's still Maresca sweeping to the outside, battling with Alex Jankowski. Down the straightaway, right behind them is Alex Payne. Then we got Seary, Ward, Brady Fultz, and the one up Felix Waugh in the next several positions. Meanwhile, the battle rages for position 2.
Maresca still trying to look to the outside of Jankowski. He will complete that pass for 3rd. Now he looks to the outside of Matt Shepard. He has a run down the back straightaway. Shepard has no idea that Maresca has brought that top side back to life, side by side off of turn 4.
We got 2 battles of 2. Maresca battling Shepard and Payne battling Jankowski. Right now, the outside lane is ahead of the inside lane. Down the back, Maresca now will move to 2nd, and Payne not only got by Jankowski, he's going to drive by Shepard.
Can Michael Maresca track down Matt Williamson? Last time by, Williamson had a 2.8 second lead. Maresca chopping in now. It's down to 2.6 seconds.
Working down the back straightaway now. Williamson built himself a comfortable lead, but now we'll see what Maresca can do now that he's into 2nd. Payne now 3rd, Shepard 4, Jankowski 5. Next in line is Seary, then Ward, then Fultz, then Waugh, and Jeff Doherty. Lap traffic may be on the horizon here for leader Matt Williamson.
Last time by, Maresca took off another 3 tenths. He clicked it down another 10th. Now it's down to 2.1 seconds. Williamson can already start to see the tail end of this field. Maresca closing in on a rapid pace.
Yes, he is. Maresca still riding the rim on the outside of the turns. Following him is Alex Payne. They've used the outside to get where they're at right now tonight. Shepard has switched back to the top lane after running the bottom for a while. And now Alex Jankowski is battling with Matt Shepard. And here comes your leader off 4.
Jankowski hounding Matt Shepard for that 4th position right now. A little bit of contact there at the start-finish line as Jankowski washes up in turn 2. There goes Shepard back down to the outside. Now, Jeff, Matt Williamson, the leader, officially in the slower traffic right now.
And before he hit lap traffic, Michael Maresca was really hauling the mail. He is closing in on Williamson. Williamson now has been running low, 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 and at times high. He likes the high lane in 1 and 2. Here comes Maresca, who's had the foot planted on the outside lane all the way around.
He got it down to 10 car lengths right now as no lap cars are working the top side. And that is where Michael Maresca is making hay. He has it down to 5 car lengths. They are nose to tail for the lead there off of turn number 4.
Lap traffic ahead of Williamson. He'll move out of the bottom lane, and Maresca is like 3 car lengths behind. Battle is on for the lead down the back straightaway. Williamson battling now with Maresca into the turn with lap traffic on lap number 40. 10 to go. Yellow is out. Yellow, yellow. We got trouble again on the backstretch. Trouble on the back straightaway.
Is that Alex Payne coming to a stop on the back straightaway? The reason for the caution flag with 11 laps to go. He has a flat tire. He is going to make his way back into the Can-Am off-road hot pits.
That is an interesting way to go to the pits. He went past the gate and backed up pit road. His crew is on the end of the pit lane there, the Can-Am off-road hot pit. What a heartbreaker for Alex Payne. He has done just about everything in this feature tonight except lead. He has been battling and battling, low side, high side. He had just made his way to third. He and Michael Maresca running that high lane, and now flat tire.
I think the guy who least wanted to see that caution was Mike Maresca.
Yeah.
Because his tires were working, everything was working. He was ripping the lip, riding the rim hard. That negates, he got that down to 0.3 of a second.
No doubt about it.
It was a second and a half.
Yes, so Maresca really making that top come to life. Again, we are going to have a double foul restart while it's a little bit quiet. We'll take a little poll for the race fans that are here at trackside. How about it? Who's rooting for Matt Williamson in this one? How about Mikey Maresca? About a 50-50 split right now, but boys, 11 laps to go. When we come back to green, things are about to pick up.
And Matt Williamson with 9 career wins, and Michael Maresca with the Short Track Super Series 2 career STSS wins. All-Tech in Florida in 2022, and Selinsgrove, March of 2023.
So the lineup is good. Joe Chris letting the field know that we are going to go green next time by. Williamson will have the option to get back on the throttle first when they get to the Sunoco restart zone in turn 4. Maresca has to try to time it perfectly. Does Williamson leave the top open when they get into turns number 1 and 2? We'll find out. Keep one eye on the field. Keep the other eye on the flagman. The field comes to the Sunoco restart zone. We get back underway.
One thing that Williamson does not know is that Maresca's been making hay on the outside. We'll go back to green. Maresca's back to the top lane. Jankowski now battles Shepard down the back straightaway. And here comes Brady Fultz into the mix. Maresca will make his first challenges on leader Williamson.
Jankowski has made his way into P3 right now. Maresca is still working the top there off of turns number 1 and 2. He's right behind Williamson. Seems like Williamson is having a little bit of difficulty working off the exit of the turn as that car looks like it's starting to get tight. Maresca is there, nose to tail for the lead at the flag stand.
Maresca goes back to the top in 1 and 2. Williamson's got to fight for the lead now. Down the back, Brady Fultz. Where did he come from in that last restart? He's battling now with Matt Shepard for position number 4. Maresca's high. On the inside is Williamson. Williamson by a car length at the line again.
8 laps to go. The battle still rages on for the top spot. Here comes Michael Maresca to the outside. He'll take the lead down the back straightaway. Can Williamson answer the call? Side by side once again in the turn number 4. We'll bring it back to the line. We have a new leader. It's going to be the 7mm of Mikey Maresca.
Maresca starting out of position number 8. Williamson started out of position 12. Maresca out of position 8. He's rode the rim to the outside and taken over the lead. Here comes Maresca. Williamson second. Jankowski's in third. Lap number 44.
6 laps to go here at Outlaw. You can see Brady Fultz trying to take that 4th spot away from the 9S of Matt Shepard. Shepard having a little bit of difficulty working the top side of the racetrack. Here comes Fultz down lows. We got 5 laps to go this time by.
Maresca's leading the way now. Williamson has moved to the top lane, trying to keep pace with Maresca after he zipped by for the lead. Jankowski 3, and a great battle now. Brady Fultz and Matt Shepard, followed by Tyler Seary. We go inside the final 5.
4 laps to go here at Outlaw. The top 3 of Maresca, Williamson, Jankowski working the top side of this racetrack. Still, Fultz trying to take that 4th spot away from Matt Shepard. This time by 3 laps to go.
Motoring into the turn, Michael Maresca has built himself up a comfortable advantage now. And it's still Brady Fultz battling with Matt Shepard, followed by Tyler Seary and Alex Payne coming back from the flat tire change. The Troyer Dirt car, 2 to go.
2 more laps to go. Maresca had a 1.2 second lead last time by. He extends it by another 10th. It's 1.3 seconds. Can he capitalize? Can Maresca park in a big now victory lane? They're going to see the Bears Performance white flag this time by. Final time around here at Outlaw.
Final lap in the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown for 2026. We're going to add another name to that Dave Meshuggah Memorial win list. Michael Maresca down the back looking for the $7,078 payday here tonight. Out of the turn, winning the Dave Meshuggah Memorial will be Michael Maresca. Following him at the line will be Williamson, Jankowski, Shepard, and Brady Fultz, the top 5. Seary, Payne, Ward, then Tommy Collins and Jeff Doherty. The Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown, another thriller here at Outlaw Speedway tonight. And taking home yet another Outlaw win, but his third career Short Track Super Series win, the 7mm of Michael Maresca. We're going to head down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
So Jeff Allam is going to head down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane to speak with the winner, Michael Maresca. We'll also get a word with the rest of the podium. Matt Williamson finishing in second, and Alex Yankowski in that third position. As we do thank all of you for coming out here to Outlaw Speedway. Thank you for hanging in there with us during that rain delay. We also like to thank everyone for tuning in at home on FloRacing. We still have more to come here at Outlaw Speedway, a couple more features to go. But he has gotten the thumbs up. You'll be able to see him peek out of the backstretch while Michael Maresca is going to be parking it down in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. If you're new here to Outlaw, something special they have is the location of Victory Lane just in front of the main grandstands, bringing the fans closer to the winning drivers. As Jeff Allam is going to get closer down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane to speak with our winner.
We'll also pull our 50-50 down here as well, so get ready for that. Outlaw Speedway Victory Lane, Friendly Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, and Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane for the Short Track Super Series.
Sorry, Jeff. Nope, you got it. You have your own flag? We usually do.
All right, right up close and personal, Victory Lane here at Outlaw Speedway. We got a nice trophy for Michael Maresca. No stranger to winning here at the Outlaw Speedway. His third career win with the Short Track Super Series, and boy, did he earn this one. Came out of 8th starting spot, battling, running the rim all the way to the front, and taking the lead late in the distance from Matt Williamson. He'll be climbing out of the car after a thrilling and entertaining race here tonight, the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Your winning driver is Michael Maresca. Michael, congratulations, 7,078, the Dave Meshuggah Memorial. You know, you've won races before, but I think you really had to work for this one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I've won some races and stuff, and I feel like any big race I've won, something happened, or you know what I mean, other people's bad luck. But I mean, I feel like I passed two of the baddest dudes, well, a couple of them a few times, and that was a crazy race. There was all kinds of carnage, but I fell back early. I just told myself to stay cool and just you know, work them. Figured more opportunities would come if I just let it play out, and then it kind of got going. I was like, oh wow, actually pretty fast. So got up to second there, and then I found that top side, and it was definitely on the ragged edge, but it was, you know, it was a little bit of a hustle, but ended up, I figured I could surprise Matty with him being out front, and I knew it was gonna be hairy just the way the racing is, how you come to the wall here. So I know I had to hit a perfect shot to get to his door, and it was a good race. So yeah, I'm happy to, I can't thank my guys enough. Randy, Austin, Frank, Marty, my family, my wife, my parents, all the people that support me. Weeknet Archery, MDS Diesel, Integra Racing Shocks, T&K Harrington, they're here tonight, which is really cool. Just appreciate all their help, and thanks for all the fans coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you battled for, I'm going to say, half the race with everybody in the top 5. You would gain, lose, gain, lose, gain, lose, and then you said we got a green stretch run going there. You got to the top, and you were catching Matt, and then the yellow comes out, which sort of spoiled your surprise, but you were able to make it work anyway.
Yeah, I was definitely bummed when the yellow came out because I knew lap traffic. It would have been a pretty good battle. It would have been a cool battle. I was actually kind of thankful for it, though, because if lap cars would have forced him to the top sooner, it might have taken away that opportunity. So everything kind of just went my way. So I can't thank that enough, and thanks to the good Lord, keep me safe.
Absolutely. Great race tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Maresca taking home the win. $7,078 in the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Here's the winning ticket number. It is an orange ticket, 785-484. 785-484. $505 to the winner, $505. 785-484, 785-484. You can go to the beer booth to claim your prize. We'll let Michael enjoy victory lane. We'll go back here to the rest of the guys in the top 3. Matt Williamson grabbing position number 2. Oh, yeah. He came from 8th. You came from 12th. What a performance tonight.
Yeah, a really good car. I got to thank Wayne Kahn and Terry Vince for putting a motor under this thing. It was really good tonight. Kind of got back to basics after last time we were here. We were pretty good, and tonight obviously didn't go good in time trials and pulled a ton of gear out for the feature. So happy with the results. Obviously, them guys couldn't do it without them. Obviously, all my guys that work hard in the pit area tonight, yesterday. It's part of the summer where your tongue's hanging out, so everybody's getting tired and frustrated. I think we've seen that a little bit with the 9S hitting me under yellow. He, I don't know what his problem was. He ran me all over the racetrack at Ranceville a few weeks ago, and that was okay, but I chopped him getting into 3, and he was crying like a baby. So it is what it is. We had a good car. Congrats to Michael, man. He ran really well on the top there and pulled my pants down on that last couple laps. So nothing to hang our heads about. We ran crap here for my whole career. In April here we came, we weren't very good. Every race we seemed to be good enough to be there, but not good enough to win. I felt like we had a chance to win tonight. So build the notebook and hopefully go back even stronger.
Thanks for being here. Great, entertaining run.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Matt Williamson, he gets position number 2 tonight in a hard-fought battle. Alex Jankowski. Yes. Alex, as I said to Michael, you're up and back, up and back. There's restarts, you gain some, lose some. It was really wild out there tonight. You ended up with a podium.
Yeah, I think we were kind of just fortunate to get a top 3 there. Big thanks to Tim and Debbie Millman for everything they do. It was definitely a hard-fought deal, and take a top 3 and move on to Fonda Saturday with Corey Wilcox, and then back to Bridgeport with Tim and Debbie.
Yeah, it was. It's nice always. I guess you can feel good when you're in contention, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We tried a couple of things tonight, and probably didn't work, and just wasn't able to maneuver well. But if I feel like if we're a little bit off with the car and we're on 3rd, I think that's a pretty good year.
Good run.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Alex Jankowski is going to go down and get in the picture with the top 3. Alex Jankowski is 3rd. Matt Williamson is 2nd. And one more time, let him hear it. The winner of the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown is Michael Maresca. Career win number 3 with the Short Track Super Series. His first since Selinsgrove in 2023. We're going to go back up to Earl Hoon Jr.
Thank you, Jeff Allum. As you can see, Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane ceremonies continue here at the Outlaw Speedway. We're going to take a short commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to have the starting lineup for tonight's Street Stock feature. Stay tuned.
We're back here at the Outlaw Speedway for the Dave Meshuggah Memorial Outlaw Showdown. Feature number 2 on the track. This will be for the street stocks. And before we turn it back over to Spazman, on behalf of the Short Track Super Series, we say thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. Thank you for your patience during the delay when we had the rain earlier tonight. And we thank you for your support of Outlaw Speedway and the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. On behalf of Earl Hoon Jr. and myself, Jeff Allen, we say we hope you'll be back with us at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park next Tuesday or next Thursday at the Fonda Speedway. Bazman, thank you again. Everybody here at Outlaw, it's been a great hospitality. Thank you, and take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff and Earl. Appreciate you very much. Safe travels. Doug Webster in the 88 out of Clarence, and Jerry Lobdell Jr. out of Freeville in the 2L. That's your front row. Hey, it's a wave, everybody. We're going 4 wide. You know what? We're all fast on Facebook, but it's about to get real as some of the best street stock drivers in the business go elbows up on the wheel. You can run, but you can't hide as the Empire Street Stock Series now goes 4 wide. You know what time it is. It's time to turn and burn. It's time to nut up or shut up. We are going Empire Street Stock Series racing. Hey, Willie Easling out of Beaver Dams in the Van Dyke Septic number 28, and Eli Mangiarelli in the 57J out of Canandaigua. That's row 2. Row 3, Glenn Reitner, the antagonizer, out of Jasper in the 15, and the 36 of Jimmy Grant out of Penn. That's row 3. Row 4, the 7 of Mean Gene Sharpstein out of Chemung, and Joe Jardina out of Beaver Dams in the 25J. That's row 4. Row 5, the CJ1 of CJ Guerreri out of Geneva, and Brett Crawford out of Corning in the 8. The 44 of Teddy Morseman Jr. out of Cameron Mills. That's P6 and row 6 inside row 6, and outside of him the 00D of Damian Long out of Pavilion. Mike Welch in the 00, the 00M of Luke Boom, the 25B of Mr. Smooth Mark Minutlo, and Kenny Hunt in the 99, and Axel Jensen in the 9. We are going 30 laps, $1,500 to win. Let's do this thing. It's the Empire Street Stock Series. Hey, the green flag flies, and we are underway. 30 laps is the distance. $1,500 is up for grabs, and Jerry Lobdell Jr. will take over the point, headed down the backstretch for the first time. Jerry Lobdell Jr. out of Freeville in the 2L. And check out Willie the Kid Easling out of Beaver Dams, trying to get up into that P2 spot, and does. And he tries to close the gap immediately on Jerry Lobdell. Both one-time feature winners, two-time feature winner Glenn Reitner up into that 3rd spot, but he has Doug Webster all up on him. That's Eli Mangiarelli up into that 4th spot. 5th is Doug Webster. And we got somebody off the pace going down the backstretch. Not sure who it was. I think it was Mean Gene Sharpstein. Here we're 3 laps into this 30-lap affair, and Lobdell is feeling all kinds of pressure from Willie the Kid Easling. And now Glenn Reitner is set to join the party, but we've got a caution on lap number 3. So the caution flies on lap number 3. Jerry Lobdell Jr. in the 2L, the Thayer Roofing and Construction, Denny Decker Logging number 2L. Willie Easling, the 2023 4-cylinder champion. Make that 2024. It was Brian Grant who was the 2023 champion. As I said, Willie Easling, he's got the the grand salami of wins here. He's won in the hobby stocks, the 4-cylinders, and the street stocks, picking up the street stock dub here this season back on April 17th, the second race of the year here at Outlaw Speedway. Glenn Reitner in the City View Towing, Stone Construction, Penn York Accounting Services, number 15, rides third. Eli Mangiarelli in the Fulton Auto, Shine Above the Rest, Mike Kastner Garage, number 57J. That's a Skylar ride right there. Doug Webster in the 88 is fifth. Joe Giardina in the Garage Floor Coating Reynolds to Go. Wilson LED Services 25J comes in at sixth. Seventh is the Coach's Pizza Gene Balmer's Used Cars McDonald's Contracting, number 7 of Mean Gene Sharpstein. And anybody who knows me knows that that is a declaration of affection. It's not meant in a bad way at all. So your Outlaw points leader, Jimmy Grant, in the Geneva Glass, Freddo Curbing, J.E. Marine Maintenance, number 36, coming in, and 8th, Brett Crawford 9th, and C.J. Guerreri 10th. Brett Crawford in the Isaac Heating and Air Conditioning, Preferred Landscaping, J.E. Marine Maintenance, number 8, and C.J. Guerreri in the Springer Maintenance Consulting, Heart of Gold, Veterinary Care, Auto Value Parts Stores, number CJ1. Hey, green flag flies. We are back underway here at Outlaw Speedway. We've got 3 laps into this 30-lap affair, and Glenn Reitner making his way to the inside of Jerry Lobdell, but Lobdell puts the brakes on and says, I don't think so. Slow your roll, antagonizer. You've got Lobdell, Reitner, Easling, Giardina, and Mangiarelli running 5th, but he gets to the inside of Joey J. And Joey G, I should say, and takes over that 4th spot. Lobdell, Reitner, Easling, feature winners here at Outlaw Speedway in 2026. And we have a caution. So the caution flies. Joe Giardina in the 25 car heads over to the Herd Development Hot Pit area. Remember, we have a Fast 5 show next week, and then, man, I'm telling you, Christmas in July, $5 general admission, Santa Claus, bike giveaways. It's going to be an awesome time, and that'll be brought to you by MDS Mobile Diesel and Equipment Repair, Pitside Apparel, and Herd Development. So if we take a look, we see Jerry Lobdell Jr. out in front. Like I said earlier, I've interviewed this cat at least 3, if not 4 different tracks. Well, let's run it down. I've interviewed him here a couple times, Paradise, Thunder Mountain, maybe 3 different tracks. But, I mean, Paradise was, man, that was a long time ago. That was like 2018. And there you see on Flow, Joey Giardina set to make his way back out onto the racing surface. Joe Giardina with an average finish of 4.9, 4th in the points. His best finish so far is a 3rd. He's coming off of a 3rd, but he hasn't finished outside the top 6 all season. He's got 3 6ths. 3 5ths, 2 4ths, and a 3rd. He's got 1 heat win, and that was back on April 24th. Green flag flies once again, and we are back underway, bro. Here in this 30-lap Empire Street Stock Series battle for 1,500 to win. 5 laps in, 25 to go, and Glenn Reitner is going to take over the top spot. The Antagonizer takes over the top spot. 2-time feature winner here. Daddy's back. Oh, somebody loses control over there. It's Eli Mangiarelli. And then he's going to gather up, I believe that was Doug Webster and Jimmy Grant. Jimmy Grant's woes continue in the Geneva Glass J.E. Marine Fred O'Curbing, number 36. So we've got one over here, the 00. There's a few of them. There's Mike Welch, Luke Boom. That's Damian Long out of Pavilion, a Genesee regular in the green and white 00D. He's P9. He's 9th in points at Genesee. And there you see the replay. And looks like Webster, Dougie Dub, just lost control there, and then Jimmy Grant just kind of piles right into him. I mean, nothing nefarious or, malicious there, just racing happens. But Damian Long and the RNE Precision Dale Valley Diecast Bud's Apple Pie 00D. And Bud's Apple Pie isn't what you think. Bud's Apple Pie is not what you think, but I could go for a nice big old slice. Yeah. Got to be sugar-free, though. So, yeah, we knew it was going to be a long one as soon as we got set back there. We got set back quite a bit by the rain shower, but as far as the rain shower ending the night, obviously, it didn't. And I'm very thankful, everybody here with the Short Track Super Series, with Shimon Concrete, the presenting sponsor, with everybody involved. Very appreciative of your patience and your being here. Schleppy Lumber Company has 2 convenient locations to service all of your DIY needs at Penn and Dundee. Since 1958, Nappin Schleppy has been offering project estimates for contractors and homeowners, along with every phase of your DIY and home improvement projects. Hardware supplies, a fully stocked lumber yard, and a lawn and garden center. Lake Street in Penn Yan and Bigelow and Dundee, and they deliver. Nappin Schleppy Lumber Company. Well, that's not what I'm looking for, but either way, the green flag flies, and we are back underway here at Outlaw Speedway. The Empire Street Stock Series underway. 6 laps in, 24 to go. And out in front, to probably no one's surprise, it is Glenn Reitner. Glenn Reitner out in front, showing the way by at least 2/3 of a straightaway over Jerry Lobdell Jr. Running third, Willie Easling. Fourth is a battle going on between C.J. Guerreri and Eli Mangiarelli. Move Guerreri up into fourth. Fifth is Mean Gene. As a couple cars get together and something is wrong with that Eli Mangiarelli 57J. That 57J gathered up, I believe, gathered up Teddy Morseman. But something amiss, askew on the Eli Mangiarelli 57J grocery getter. All the tires are looking like they're up. Let's see, he does take the hard left into the herd development area. into the herd development hot pit. Glenn Reitner, there you see him in that 15 car out in front, looking forward to the day when his son Andrew takes over the reins of that pony. So there you see the split screen on Flo. 22 laps remain here in this Empire Street Stock Series feature. And the Skylar crew going over that 57J. And speaking of Skylar crew, I would like to give a big old shout out to Peyton Mullen. Peyton Mullen, go kick that butt in Fargo, bro. So perhaps maybe Mangiarelli bringing that thing in just to get looked over, not sure, but he's going to make his way back out onto the racetrack. So Eli Mangiarelli back out on the Speedway. And that Fulton Auto shine above the rest, Mike Kastner Garage, number 57J. I'm telling you, the battles that cat has been involved in. He was involved with Jimmy Grant, then Brett Crawford. Didn't win either one, but I guarantee you he earned some respect on those couple of nights. He earned mine. That's faux show. Here we go. Glenn Reitner with another great restart down the back stretch. Out in front by about 6 car lengths over Lobdell. Jerry Lobdell Jr. That dude can wheel. Running second. Third is Ziesling. Fourth is CJ Guerreri. And fifth is Mean Gene Sharpstein. CJ Guerreri, the 2022 Street Stock Champion. And that is Mark Minutlo, Mr. Smooth in the 25B. Oh, we got one in trouble. The 00 of the pit bull, Mike Welch, trying to get off into the pits. Luke Boom almost ran into him, but Mike Welch, the pit bull, is going to go, and he's going to head down Racer Road and go right back to the pits. So let's run it down for you. Glenn Reitner. Glenn Reitner out in front last time by. Reitner with a 1.71 lead as he heads by the Shimon Concrete starter stand. That dude is on cruise control right now. Lobdell runs second. Third is Ziesling. Fourth is CJ Guerreri. And fifth is Sharpstein. Sixth is Teddy Morseman, Mark Minutlo, Joe Giardina, Axel Jensen, and Dougie Dub. Doug Webster rounding out the top 10. And caution is going to come out again for one stopped up here in turn number 3. And that's Dougie Dub. Dougie Dub, Doug Webster. Doug Webster, your pole sitter out of Clarence, out of Western New York. Doug Webster bringing it back out. Man, we are at 13 laps in. We've got 17 more to go. Let's do this thing. Come on now. Green flag flies. We are back underway with Glenn Reitner out in front. Lobdell second. Third is Easling. Fourth is a great side-by-side battle between Mean Gene Sharpstein and C.J. Guerreri. Let's see what we got at the line. It's Mean Gene. And just as that happens, we got Morseman getting by on the inside. Now Morseman and C.J. Guerreri in a battle of the White Knights. At the halfway point, 15 in, 15 to go, and Jerry Lobdell Jr., you better get moving because Willie the Kid is coming in that Van Dyke Septic Dunning Auto Parts number 28. But Glenn Reitner continuing to hold on to the top spot by let's see here. Nope. Slider up 1.5 seconds. By 1.5 seconds. Remember, we're dark tomorrow. Check out this deal going on between Easling and Lobdell side by side. That was way too close, but give it to Lobdell. Give it to Lobdell, but here comes Willie Easling. He's just going to take it going down the backstretch. Great camera work by the FloRacing crew. But the whole time that's going on, that side-by-side as Easling takes over spot number 2, that's allowing Glenn Reitner to continue to open up. Glenn Reitner looking to go back-to-back. Ray, it's wide open in here if you want to come up. There's nobody up here. All right, Glenn Reitner out in front. Easling second. Lobdell back to third. Fourth is Morseman. And fifth is now a battle between Mr. Smooth and C.J. Guerreri. Couple friends from way back in the day. Newark versus Geneva. Sixth is Mean Gene. Seventh is Jardina. Eighth is Mangiarelli. Ninth is Jensen. 10th is the Boom of Luke Boom. And then rounding out the field, it's Dougie Dub, Doug Webster. Here you see a battle going on that continues between Ted Morseman Jr. and C.J. Guerreri. C.J. Guerreri in that CJ1. We haven't seen him since the David Guerreri Memorial earlier on in the season. It's always nice to have one of your former track champions come back in the house and, you know, try to steal one. But, I mean, you pretty much have to do that to get away with taking one from Glenn Reitner. Glenn Reitner, it was, 5-6 weeks. We did not see Glenn here at all. And I asked him about it in Victory Lane last week. He said, hey, man, I'm just working. Yeah, well, now he's working the wheel, and he is going to experience some lap traffic. He is going to, well, this time wave lap. Everybody wave. 5 more to go for Glenn Reitner. Oh, he's definitely going to get to Webster and Luke Boom. But Webster and Boom, they're not racing side by side. So it's not like Glenn Reitner isn't going to have room to get around him in that 15 car. Willie Easling right now not having anything for Glenn Reitner, trailing by 2.1 last time. Well, he knocked the 10th off, 2.063. But next time by, it'll be down to 3 laps. It'll be down to 3 laps. Willie Easling is going to need a little bit of help here. I'm not wishing for anything. I'm just simply saying that Reitner, oh, and Axel Jensen, there's the help. There is the help right there. Axel Jensen in the 9 car. Over here in turn number 2. Axel Jensen, that will negate a 1.78. A 1.78 second lead. Axel Jensen in the Daggett's Garage, J.E. Marine Maintenance Sunrise Insulation number 9 out of Dundee. a lot of Dundee and a lot of Beaver Dams individuals here at Outlaw Speedway. Once again, want to thank everybody for their patience in dealing with, you know, the things that we had to. There you can see on Flo that the left rear is completely gone on that car, and you can, all that fluid on the track, we'll have to run that in a little bit. I'm not sure what the fluid up in the front is, but it's looking, oh, there it is. He's overheating. He's overheating, throwing some steam out in that 9 Ace right there. That's a nice looking ride. He is definitely going on the hook, and I would have to say, I'm going to have to say that's a bunch of grease, bunch of rear end lube. So it'll take a little bit of time to run that in. Again, we are off tomorrow on our usual night of Friday. This is race 11 for us here at Outlaw Speedway. Boy, I'll tell you, I was talking about Jimmy Grant, and Jimmy Grant, he won in April. He won 15th, won 2nd, won 5th, won 3rd, and 5th. So it's been 3 races since Jimmy Grant has been able to get a dub. There's that Jensen chassis. You can see it plain as day. And it's nice that he paints it a nice color that everybody can see it. Jimmy Grant, first in points and a 3.7 average finish. Now, people are like, hey, how are things like tonight going to affect the points? It really isn't, because, well, it isn't as long as you showed up. If you showed up to race tonight, you got 30 show-up points, okay? You took a green, you get 30 show-up points. Okay, so everybody gets 30 show-up points. So the only way that it's going to hurt you in the standings if you didn't show up. So tonight has been a draw-redraw situation, whereas the handicap usually, you know, happens during the weekly races. And again, we are off tomorrow, and then we come back with a Fast 5 show next week. So next week we have a Fast 5 show on the 17th. And then on the 24th, it's Christmas in July with Santa Claus. And then on the 31st, it's the Outlaw Summer Natty. Now the Summer Natty, it's the 11th, and we'll have the CRSA sprints, the ESS sprints, and a full Fast 5 show. Green flag flies. We are back underway with 3 more laps to go. That Glenn Reitner is just too strong and too solid on the restart. Glenn Reitner out in front. Lobdell Jr., or I should say Easling, running second. Third is Lobdell. Fourth is a battle now as Morseman is going to get it underneath C.J. Guerreri. But C.J. Guerreri battles back on the outside. White flag, Uno Mas. 1 more to go for your leader, Glenn Reitner, looking for number 3 on the 2026 season. Looking for number 3 on the season and his 2nd in a row. And the double checkers are going to fly for your winner, Glenn Reitner. Willie Easling will finish 2nd. Oh, and C.J. Guerreri, or is that Guerreri or Morseman? I can't quite tell. It's Morseman. Teddy Morseman and Jerry Lobdell get together after the race is complete. But Glenn Reitner, your winner. Willie Easling 2nd. Jerry Lobdell Jr. 3rd. C.J. Guerreri 4th, rounding out the top 5. Teddy Morseman. Mark Minutlo 6th, Gene Sharpstein 7th, Joe Giardina 8th, Eli Mangiarelli 9th, and Luke Boom salvages a top 10. We are going to go down to victory lane, and we're going to go talk to the antagonizer. Row 4 is the 5 of Brent Ayers out of Dundee and the 118 of Donnie Lawson out of Addison. Row 5, I should say, the 41S of Chase Spoor out of Middlesex and the 9G of Tyler Pete out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Remember, he won the season opening Lucas Oil Nationals. The Wild Man, Chris Darling out of Manchester in the 714 and the 123 of Dale Welty out of Montour Falls. That's row 6. Row 7 is the 84 of Colton Coots, first-time winner this year out of Bath, and Scott Torbett out of Freeville in the 88T. Row 8 is the 55 of Blake Parsons out of Beaver Dam and the 11 of Caden Lawson out of Addison. Kevin DeCamp out of Corning in the 22K and the 44 of Bradley Morseman out of Cameron Mills. Row 10 is the 1 of Steve Led. Steve Led. Where we at here? Bang? Spanky, where you at? Spanky and the Sons of American Legion, 457 Phelps, Smoking Tails Distillery, Talk of the Town, Cafe number 1. White flag is out. We are just about to go. And where was I here? Daryl Krebs in the 13K out of Union Springs. Row 11 is the 87 of Colin Brown out of Corning and Frank the Crank Guerreri out of Seneca Falls in the 88. Timmy Borden Jr. out of Interlaken in the 22B and Andrew Clark out of Dundee in the 20 and Reed Stiles in the 34S. That's how they're set to go. 30 laps is the distance here in the Sportsman Shootout. $2,078 to win, and we are just about ready to go, and the green flag flies, and we are underway. break. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to the Short Track Super Series here on Flow from Outlaw Speedway, the baddest dirt track on the planet, where the big boys play. It's the 4th annual Dave Machuga Memorial. Dave Machuga was a guy for whom not nary an individual would utter a bad word about him. Did you know David? He was a fabricator extraordinaire, and he always preached races are won and lost in the garage, in the shop. So we will get as close to edging. Oh, here we go with the replay, and there you see the mess. Everybody just kind of jiggling up behind the Wild Man. The Wild Man got into the wall over here. I didn't see what got him into the wall, but definitely an accordion effect behind the Wild Man, Chris Darling. Now, Chris is a great kid and can wheel, and I've had an opportunity to talk to him on several occasions. We live a couple miles from each other, but and I'll tell you what, me and his dad, Pogie, we go way back, but he just told me that the car is fast. He's just having a hard time getting her to handle. And a lot of times when drivers, come to me and they say that, I think they're chasing too much. They're chasing the setup too much, and they're losing the art of having fun. They're losing. If you go out there and you have fun and you go out to race, everything's going to take care of itself one way or the other. But if you're going out there just to chase something like the setup and that's it, you're going to go too far one way. Then you got to come back the other way, and you just, But anyway, white flag is back out, and we are ready to get back at it. Tim Guild. A.J. Lloyd, your leader. A.J. Lloyd, your leader, choosing the high side. And that's going to come back to bite him as Tim Guild is going to hop right out to the top spot. Guild, Lloyd, Quentin Buchanan, Brian Rhodes, and Josh Nobrega, somebody going over to the big stream. I could be wrong, bro, but I think that's the 5 of Brent Ayers, and it is. The Custom Pest Control Nap and Schlappy number 5 of Brent Ayers comes into tonight. 2nd place in points, trailing Blake Parsons. A rarity in the sportsman division. Brent Ayers was points leader for at least 2, if not 3 weeks. And that has been a definite rarity here in the sportsman division at Outlaw Speedway. Boy, what a wild night. I'd swear there's a full moon out tonight. And I know I'd get hollered at by certain individuals for saying that. But, man, I'll tell you. Are you sure there isn't a full moon out, brother? Yeah, big shout out to my man Ray. He's stepped up here and has become my media assistant. And you're doing a good job, Ray. Thanks, Coop. All right. Having a good time. I mean, where else would you rather be? I understand the rain and the cautions and all of this and the attrition and all that, but you're still at a racetrack, baby. Guild and A.J. Lloyd. Quentin Buchanan, a feature winner here in the sportsman division. We have to go back a little bit, not too much, but back to May 22nd. May 22nd, Quentin Buchanan has an average finish of 10.8. He's 6th in the points in the AC&P B&T Building Services Bobby's Power Sports number 27B. A.J. Lloyd, he's got 2 heat wins. He's got a 9.6 average finish. And he is 9th in points, the 22 and 23 Sportsman champion. Ray says white flag. We're getting back at it. Come on now. And the Sportsmen are going to go from a single file restart here with 1 lap in. And Tim Guild is going to hold on to that top spot. Here comes Quentin Buchanan, Q, trying to put the moves on A.J. Lloyd, but he's got problems of his own. Is Josh Nobriga in the Chemung Concrete number 41 is going to try to drive around the outside, and coming off of turn number 2 he does. Josh Nobriga in the 41. Sponsored by Chemung Concrete, Shirley's Lumber, AAP Napa. He's got a best finish of 3rd back on April 17th. Nobriga with a 7.4 average finish, coming in 5th place in the standing, but Tim Guild well out in front now. This last time by, the 2-time feature winner has a lead of a full second over A.J. Lloyd, the 22 and 23 Sportsman champion. Tim Guild well out in front now over A.J. Lloyd. 3rd is Nobriga. 4th is Buchanan. 5th is Donnie Lawson. 6th is Brian Rhodes. 7th is Chase Spoor. 8th is Welty. 9th is Pendakoski. And Blake Parsons rounded out the top 10. Here comes Josh Nobriga in the Chemung Concrete 41. Pulls up alongside A.J. Lloyd. Beadlock to beadlock, bro. Keeping it clean. Nice job by Nobriga to hug the bottom, to roll that bottom. And he is going to take over P2 and set his sights on Tim Guild in the 06. Guild trying to pull away, trying to create a big gap. It's at 1.6 right now. 1.6 the last time by, and we lose one over here off of turn number 2. Did not get a, who was it? Frank the Crank Guerreri out of this race. Out of Sneaky Falls. Thanks for coming, Frankie. 9 laps in. 21 more to go. Hey, moving to that single file restart allowed us to get a handful of laps in here. Check out this gaggle of cars right here that Tim Guild is going to encounter eventually. Or is it going to be Josh Nobriga? Josh Nobriga trying to go to the top spot. Josh Nobriga handles coming off of the turn, but Tim Guild with a better pull going down the straightaways. God, I love racing. Thank you very much for tuning in on Flow, our 602 Sportsman feature with Tim Guild holding on to that top spot, but not by much. 2/10. Oh, we got Brent Ayers. Brent Ayers and Caden Lawson getting together over here off of turn number 2. Short Track Super Series 4th Annual Dave Machuga Memorial. Everybody doing everything they can to pull off the dub. They want the glory. They want the money. They want the big check. Winner of this race will get $2,078. This caution will negate a 0.3 of a second lead. Just 0.3 of a second. Now you have to ask yourself, did Josh Nobriga want that caution? And I'm going to say no, because his tires were just getting warmed up, heated up. He was just getting ready to try to make a move on Tim Guild. Tim Guild, a 2-time feature winner here in the Knapp and Schlappy Lumber Company American Racer Sportsman. He won back on May 15th, and then 2 weeks later on May 29th. And then he ran a 20th, a 12th, and coming off a second place finish. Tim with a 9.4 average finish and sitting 7th in points. He has 2 wins and a heat win in that Ohio Logistics Colonial Motors number 06. And the green flag flies, and we are back underway. Once again, Tim Guild out in front, out of Rathbone, New York. Josh Nobriga trying to break into victory lane for the first time here in 2026. And he's going to get by Tim Guild coming off of turn number 4. Josh Nobriga now looking to pull away from the rest of the field. Now the battle is between AJ Fox and Tim Guild. Tim Guild looking like he is going to start headed in the wrong direction. And just as I say that, he gets on the throttle, 3 wide temporarily coming off of turn number 2. And Ray K says, hey, yo, what's up, boys? You made it halfway this time by. And bang, there it is. Josh Nobriga. Can he get to victory lane on the night that his car owner and major sponsor is sponsoring the races? Can he represent with Chemung Concrete in the house? Now doing everything he can to avoid spinning the tires, trying to keep the car as straight as possible. And that's how you conserve on them their tires. And there's some good racing going on behind them. Nobriga showing the way over Tim Guild. 3rd is AJ Lloyd. 4th is Colin Brown, or Quentin Buchanan. Strike 2, Spaz Man. And rounding out the top 5 is Donnie Lawson. Donnie Lawson, a small block modified winner here back in the day, back when it was, I don't know, Yates County, Dundee, Black Rock. It's been through a whole bunch of stuff. And the boss man, this is his 11th year. It's our 69th year of continuous action at 82 Main. But out in front, continuing to show the way, Josh Nobriga. Clean air in front of him too, with 10 more laps to go. So clean air. Now the problem is he can't back off a whole lot to avoid running into the lap traffic, which is racing side by side and very hard in front of him. Even 3 wide coming off of turn number 2. But Josh Nobriga solid and steady in that Chemung Concrete number 41. Then we got 1 more to go, and then we will do the victory lane interviews after we get the features in. We want to avoid having to hit that curfew, because curfew is a dead stop, bro. It doesn't matter where the race is. When it hits curfew, race is over when that lap is complete. But Josh Nobriga continuing to show the way. Let's see what the differential was last time by, up to 2.5 seconds. Josh Nobriga from the outside of row number 3. Glenn Reitner winning from the inside of row number 3. Way flat, baby. 5 more to go. 5 more to go for your leader, Josh Nobriga. Make it 4. You have to wonder what's going through his head. He's about to roll up on the Sons of the American Legion Phelps. I think it's 457, if my memory serves me right. Spanky Steve led out of Phelps in that 1 car. But Josh Nobriga showing the way by a full straightaway over Tim Guild, running second. Third is A.J. Lloyd. Fourth is Quentin Buchanan. And Donnie Lawson rounding out the top 5, and the horns are up for your leader, Josh Nobriga, who's struggling to get by the lap car of Steve Led. Spanky getting all up in the way. This time by white flag. White flag is out for Josh Nobriga. And I'm here to tell you, that dude has done everything he can. He's thrown everything he can at this track. And now he's got a 2/3 of a straightaway lead as he's going to roll the bottom to the inside. Spanky gets up out of the way. There he is. Josh Nobriga is a winner here at Outlaw Speedway. Second is Guild. Third is Lloyd. Fourth is Quentin Buchanan. And rounding out the top 5 is Donnie Lawson. Blake Parsons, Tyler Pete, Dale Welty, Chase Spoor, and Chris Darling round out the top 10. So Josh Nobriga from the outside of row number 3 picks up his first sportsman win here at Outlaw. Another first-time winner. Well, I guess we're going down to talk about it. Check, check. Hey, I'm coming, man. I'm coming. Hey, what's up, man? Everybody make some noise for Josh Nobriga. Picking up his first sportsman win here at Outlaw Speedway. Bro, the longer it went on, the better you looked.
Oh yeah, the car was phenomenal. It's really good to put on a good show at Chemung Concrete Night. You know, that's my big sponsor, car owner, Will Wood. What a great guy. You know, he takes great care of me and gives me everything I need. And I'm glad to finally get her in victory lane for him. He's put a lot into it, and it feels good.
Absolutely. Let me ask you about the shape of the track. From the start to the feature, how much better was the track?
The track was good. It was a little narrow in the heat races, but, you know, it widened out. It's really good. It's gotten a lot smoother. You know, I'm happy. That's all I can say.
Oh, no doubt, man. Picking up 2078. Who do you want to thank for helping you get here to victory lane today?
I'd like to thank my wife, Will Wood, Renee, and Zach for all the PR and all the help in the garage, and just everybody. It's great. I'm so happy to be here. It's a big weight off my shoulders. I didn't know if I had it in me.
The monkey is off of you, man. All right, everybody make some noise for Josh Nobriga. Let us get a picture. Pick up a trophy or something. Hey, Ray. Okay. All right. Work it. Eli. Somebody's got the hiccups over there, man. A faux show. Josh, no bet. Dude, were you chewing gum the whole time you were racing? All right. Do you do that every race? All right, all right. Everybody come on over and get a picture. Will or Bill? Will. I'm here with Will Wood. Hey, Will, thank you very much for not only sponsoring tonight with Chemung Concrete, but you have taken a major presence and just wanted to say thank you.
I'm glad to be here.
All right, thank you very much, Will. Hey, Will, can I have my flag back? Thank you, sir. All right. What's the over-under on how long before he reminds me how old I am? Everybody make some noise for the antagonizer, Glenn Reitner. Glenn Reitner, Daddy's back. How you feeling, man? How you feeling? Had a nice little race going there with Jerry and all kinds of stuff, but once you got by and were able to draw away from him, you paid the bill and checked out, bro.
Yeah, the car was pretty good there. It was tightening up toward the end. I was having a hard time getting her to turn, but hey, we're here and I'm pretty happy. Picked up a new sponsor tonight, fuel sponsor. I don't have his name on the car yet, but Van Gordon Builders, so that's pretty cool. I got to thank all my sponsors. Riesman Auto Repair out of Jasper, Moose Wraps, Foth Racing Engines in this thing tonight, CRS Chassis, O'Brien Brown Septic, City View Towing, Penn York Tax, Lightspeed Tel Data, Smoking Weed Barbecue, Studebaker Farms, Palmarosa Maple Farms. There's just a ton of sponsors on this thing to make it go.
Smoking what barbecue?
Smoking Weed Barbecue.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you. Everybody make some noise for Glenn Reitner. Come on now. What's there to say that we haven't already said? You know what I mean? Hey, this is number. What, you got something else? Oh, all right. Oh, you didn't call me old boy, though. All right. Glenn Reitner, man. Congrats. Oh, I'm out of here. Hey, up next, the MR Graphics 4 cylinders with Colin Mills and Lee Fritz on the front row. All right, welcome back, everybody, on Flow to the Short Track Super Series Dave Machuga Memorial. The Outlaw Showdown, our final race of the night. 20 laps, 1,078 to win on the line for the MR Graphics 4 cylinders. Colin Mills in the 23X out of Deposit, and Lee Fritz out of Rock Stream in the 19. That's your front row. Austin Diaz out of Newfield and Marvin Jenkins out of Elmira. That's row 2. Mike Ayers out of Prattsburg and Craig DeCamp. That's row 3. Jason Smart out of Branchport and Nick Brown out of Troopsburg. That's row 4. Row 5 is Zach Doherty and Nash Ford. And row 6 is Brad Whiteside and Jack Ormsby. Colston DeCamp and Courtney Thomas. That's row 7. Row 8 is Gavin Hall and Nathan Powers. And row 9 is Ricky Van Zyl and Kenneth Evans. And the green flag flies, bro, and we are underway. Down the back stretch they go, and I'm telling you, same story the last time we saw this dude race. Colin Mills out in front. That cat was on a rail the last time he was here and picked up the feature win in the MR Graphics 4 cylinders. And that was 2 races ago. 2 races ago on June 12th. And he's already paid the bill and checked out. I mean, that dude is gone by a full straightaway. Marvin Jenkins second, Diaz third, Ford. Oh, and the Nick Brown, number 8, about to lose a bumper on the rear end. Where'd Shorty go? Shorty went back pretty quick. He is behind Nick Brown. And Craig DeCamp and Zach Doherty right there in the 22C and the 22. Running 5th and 6th. But Colin Brown is, as I said, paid the bill and checked out. Full straightaway lead over Marvin Jenkins. Marvin Jenkins, Nash Ford runs 3rd. 4th is Kenny Evans, or I should say Austin Diaz. I got to remember Austin Diaz is now in that Kenny Evans 26, and Ricky Van Zyl. Ricky Van Zyl, get up out the way in that 40 car, brother. Craig DeCamp, excuse me, often looks like his left rear is going down, and it looks as such, but I don't think it is. Marvin Jenkins and Nash Ford doing side-by-side battle for 2 and 3 coming off of turn number 2. You could throw the proverbial cliched blanket over 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Craig DeCamp looking for room to run. Like I said, though, this is not a points race. Everybody got show-up points, but it's not a points race in a sense that they're all going to get a different amount of points. 3 wide, going down the backstretch. Man, that was pretty cool. Remember, we will be dark tomorrow on the 10th. And then we're back on the 17th with the Fast 5 show, back on the 24th with Christmas in July, and then the 31st with the Summer Natty. And Colin Mills already in lap traffic, gets by Coley DeCamp, gets by Courtney Thomas, and now sets his sights on Mike Ayers. And Nash Ford running into issues going down the front stretch. So Nash Ford is out. Nash Ford was running up front at the time, I believe 3rd at the time. And the caution is going to come out and stop the action here on lap number 10. It's always nice to win a race for your car owner on a night that they're sponsoring the track. So, I mean, Josh Nobrega said he's really happy, and tell you the truth, I'm happy for him because he's got a pretty good program going. His car always looks sharp. He looks sharp. All of his social media looks sharp. So it's a really cool thing. It's also a cool thing that I think almost every guy who has a wife or a girlfriend thanks them now in Victory Lane. We didn't do that back in the day. That did not happen back in the day. But it's such a commitment to be competitive at any level, no less in a sportsman level. Sportsman is just one below the modifieds. So there you see Colin Mills and Zach Doherty. Zach Doherty, your reigning and defending MR Graphics 4-cylinder points champion from 2025. And then the year before that, he was the points champion in the Fritz Masonry Youth Bandits. And the year before that, Gavin Hall was. And Gavin Hall and Zach Doherty, they put on some fantastic races when those guys were going at it. It was a lot of fun. So this is, man, we're already halfway through. We're halfway through our final race of the night. And we got plenty of time to get there. Plenty of time to make it happen. But both tracks I work at, this one and Lime Rock Speedway in Caledonia, have a hard stop curfew. And what that means, like I said, no matter what lap they're on, okay, it's not a, some curfews are like nothing new after such and such a time. Okay, if your race has already started and you hit curfew, you can finish. As Big Sexy, that 2500 HD diesel, gets up out the way. I've driven that thing. And I would love to drive it again. It was a lot of fun. I took it up to the Finger Lakes Motorsports Expo, or whatever you want to call it, there at the Sneaky Falls Fairgrounds. Or is it? No, Waterloo. Waterloo Fairgrounds. Waterloo. Come on, they're so close. Old Maple Grove. Yep, my grandfather used to build race cars for Sammy Reeks that ran there. So the green flag flies. We're halfway through. Where did Craig DeCamp come from? Craig DeCamp out of nowhere. Look at Whiteside hanging out in the top 5 along with Austin Diaz. And just as I say that, though, Austin, Jason Smart's going to lose it. Trying to gather it back. Now, Jason Smart, he'll stay on the gas. He won't bring out the caution. He's going to make a liar out of me, isn't he? Nope, he's going to stay on the gas, get it going again. Good job. And then there is Nick Brown, like I said, won the dash for the 4 cylinders on night 1 of the Lucas Oil Nationals. And he is going to report to the pits. He's going to go right down Racer Road and go back to the pits. Out in front, though, Colin Mills showing the way, but Craig DeCamp has gotten around Zach Doherty. DeCamp has gotten around Zach Doherty and sets his sights on your leader. But Colin Mills is just, I don't know if I can say he's just too fast for Craig DeCamp, because DeCamp is fast as well. But that Honda, that 23, is just real quick. I think Craig DeCamp might need a little bit of help. Now, Ricky Van Zyl, you better hold your line on the bottom, bro. Whoo, man. It's the wave lap. 5 more to go for your leader, Colin Mills. Colin Mills looking for number 2. 2 out of 3, I believe this would be. Right? Let's take a look at my notes. And it would be 2 out of 3. He's only raced here once, and he won on June 12th. And then he's back on July 9th. And he is taking the boys out behind the woodshed. So this next time by, with just 3 laps remaining, looking like the 4 cylinders might fall to an invader. And just as I say that, there's the help Craig DeCamp might need. Shorty Lee Fritz. Hey, bro. Shorty. First time I've had the opportunity to play this all night long. It just got so busy up here. I haven't been able to do the things that I normally am able to do with social media during the course of the night, but we'll get it all taken care of. But I haven't been able to play this. Hey, Lee Fritz, you facing the wrong way, bro. SPAZ Radio. Little Black Oak Country, watch your back. Turn it up. Hey, we're back at it, baby. Green flag flies. We are underway, and that restart did nothing to help crank the camp because Colin Mills is just too solid on that restart. Too solid. Coming this time by. 3 more to go. 23, 22, 22, 46, 27. A lot of 20s in there. But 3 more to go for your leader, Colin Mills. I don't know, crank the camp, not letting him out of his sights. Zach Doherty runs third. Fourth is Whiteside. And rounding out the top 5 is Austin Diaz. Horns are up. 2 more to go for your leader, Colin Mills. Colin Mills looking for victory number 2 here on the 2026 season. And we got one stopped right up here. That's Gavin Hall. Gavin Hall in the 63 out of Dundee. I'd like to thank everybody for sending me messages. Some people correcting me as well. Hey man, I'm doing my best. All right, I'm trying to look something up here. Gavin Hall and the Bomac Contractors gone. Coastal Fishing, Osgood Electric, and TCP number 63. Be a 2-lap shootout. It'll be a 2-lap shootout, man. Big Sexy, that 2500 HD diesel that we get from Friendly Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram at $24.99 Route 14A, just on the southern tip of Penn. Want to thank everybody also for following us on the official Outlaw Speedway Facebook page. We do all kinds of stuff on the page, do giveaways, do stuff for kids, do all kinds of things. Hey, let's get back at it, baby. 2 laps. 2-lap shootout. Let's go. Green flag flies. We are back underway with Colin Mills getting a good restart. That's going to be the tail. Well, what do we got here? We got one heading off the racing surface over here off of turn number 2. Hey, green flag flies. We are back underway. Colin Mills out in front. 2-lap shootout. Just way too strong on the restarts. Oh, pushing a little bit. Snow plowing. Maybe getting a little too hyped up. But that car has been fast all race long. Down the back stretch for the final time goes to 23 of Colin Mills. Tain't nobody touching that Honda, bro. Coming off of turn number 4, picking up win number 2 of 2026. Or not. Nope. Strike that. Reverse it. Yeah, that's the 27 of Austin Diaz, that Kenny Evans, the 3rd car. Colin Mills, Craig DeCamp. Jason Smart. Austin Diaz and Jack Ormsby. Can't be Austin Diaz. He just went out, so move Ormsby up to 4th. And move Marvin Jenkins up to 5th. Hey, where's Brad Whiteside going? Where's Whiteside going? I think wherever he was going isn't where he's supposed to be, Ray. I'm pretty sure we help. Yeah. Or he was going up to say, hey, you stop doing that to me. All right, Ray K. Come on, man. We only got to get one more in, brother. Let's go. Let's do it. Uno Machado. Uno más. One lap shootout. White and green together. And again, Colin Mills just way too hard, too strong on those restarts. So barring anything radical coming off of turn number 4, picking up win number 2 of the season, it's going to be Colin Mills. Colin Mills out in front. Second is Craig DeCamp. Third is Jason Smart. Jack Ormsby fourth. And rounding out the top 5, Marvin Jenkins. All right, there you go. Colin Mills, the winner of the MR Graphics 4 cylinders. I'm going to go down and talk to Colin down there in Victory Lane and get my checkered flag back. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Hang out and listen to the interview, but if you don't, drive home safely. All right, making his way up Victory Lane on the power. All right, we hear you, Colin. We hear you. Win number 2 of 2026 here at Outlaw, Colin Mills. I promise I won't call you Colin Brown on the internet tonight. I promise. Hey, it happens. What's up, man? Win number 2. How you feeling? Walk us through it. What's going on? I mean, what makes you so much better on those restarts than everybody else? Is it this Honda power? Is it you? A little mix? What's going on?
Little of both. It's got good gearing, good motor. Can't complain, you know. Hammer down.
Hammer down. I love it. And track was able to allow you to do that tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a real nice track, real bitey, real racy.
I'll tell you, it didn't look like we were going to get it. You know, this track had no business being as good as it was tonight.
true story. Sometimes that makes for a hell of a track, you know, little rain. But all in all, it was a good night, man.
That's awesome. Colin, who do you want to thank for helping to get here to Victory Lane for win number 2 of 2026?
Them 3 boys right there, man. They're my main pit crew. All my friends and family. My girlfriend for putting up with all my racing habit, and, you know, all my friends and family, man.
Awesome. Everybody make some noise for Colin Mills, if you would, please. Colin Mills. Make sure you get a good picture. You got one, Ray? All right, listen, thanks for coming, everybody. Who wants to get a picture with Colin? Anybody? Oh, boy. Don't let her, bro. Don't let her. No, she's all right. Hey, Colin says, no, bro. No. Yeah, working hard for that stuff. Good job, Colin. Appreciate you coming. All right. All right, Dan. How you doing? So, for everybody on Flow, for everybody here at 82 Main, thank you very much for joining us. We had a great time. We're dark tomorrow night. No racing. We'll be back on the 17th for a Fast 5 show. Then the 24th, it's Santa Claus. FLX Santa will be in the house. And then on the 31st, we close the lid on July with the 11th annual Summer Natty. Always do your best to be your best. Never let the pursuit of what you want interfere with appreciating what you already have. And remember, falling down is not the problem. Staying down is. What, do you got one more thing? All right.
I got one more person to thank, Raymond Lindquist. He's my main mechanic.
All right. Is that it this time, Colin? You sure?
Yep, I didn't want him to feel left out.
All right. He appreciates it. I do too, brother. Take it easy. Y'all get out of here. Go home.